other states. So we silenced them first.
Oh, wow. Very interesting. So if you're going to have a revolution, silence the states are going to be the ones screaming the most, which will be Florida, Texas, Nebraska, states like that. So when those people say something, you can arrest them, threaten to have them arrested, so they're quiet, so they quit talking. Isn't that something?
I don't know,
Wow.
but it just is possibility.
Yeah, isn't that something? All right, Tamara Scott, she's on every day on our network, and great job, Tamara. How did you find him, Tamara?
We were working on Convention of States, Article 5, preserving our Constitution from those who want to open it up, and someone recommended that I get in touch with Vic.
Well, there you go. Tamara Scott, you have a website, Tamara? No, the answer is no, right? You're still working on it 10 years later.
You know,
but, do you have Twitter?
I'm on Twitter. I don't use it a lot, but it's now X, but I don't use it a lot.
All right, just put it. Yeah, it's now X. I love how she corrected me there. All right, zing, zing. What goes around comes around, house. Tamara Scott on each and every day. Worldviewtube.com at 12 noon. And again, I'm fine. I'm just, no, I don't know. That's subjective. Am I fine? I don't know. Depends on the blood work you saw today. All right, take care.
Colonel Rob Maness has a lifelong record of providing dedicated service to this nation. Having worked his way up from the enlisted ranks to full colonel, he served our country for more than 32 years. He has served as a bomber squadron commander, bomb disposal technician, Joint Chiefs of Staff operations officer, assisted the national security team with the campaign plan for the global war on terrorism. He authored the first theater nuclear war plan, and served as the Vice Commander of America's largest airborne intelligence wing. Colonel Rob Maness is a true American hero. This is Rob Maness Live.
That I am praying to God that it is never my intention to hurt anybody ever. All that I've always done is to help my patients.
That's the message from Dr. Sanjeev Kumar to his former patients. He's that Memphis gynecologist accused of abusing 4 women, committing medical fraud, and reusing unsanitary medical devices. Kumar has been out of jail on a $100,000 bond since last week, but he was back in federal court today for his arraignment. Fox 13 health reporter Mandy Rock is live outside the Federal Justice Building right now. So, Mandy, you talked with Kumar and his attorney just after they entered that not guilty plea.
Yeah, that's right, Daryl. And today, Kumar's attorney said that they are working on getting medical records to former patients as quickly as possible. He also said they plan to file a motion in the next couple of days asking the court to reconsider his bond restrictions, specifically his inability to practice. Dr. Kumar's attorney, Lawrence Lorenzi, maintains his client's innocence. Last week, the judge set several conditions for Kumar's release, including ordering him to close his Poplar Avenue clinic and prohibiting him from practicing medicine or other healthcare services. According to the indictment, between 2019 and 2024, Kumar sexually abused women by conducting medically unnecessary procedures with medical devices he held under unsanitary conditions and reused when they were required to be disposed of or properly reprocessed. The indictment also accuses Kumar of healthcare fraud. Dr. Kumar, did you have anything you'd like to say to any of your former patients?
I would say that it is never my intent to hurt anybody. I always want to help each and every single of my patients. And that's the overarching feeling that I've always had. And I look forward to defending myself. And please know that I am praying to God that it is never my intention to hurt anybody ever. All that I've always done is to help my patients.
And ever since Kumar's arrest a couple of weeks ago, we've heard from several women concerned that they've been violated or had a procedure that they simply didn't need to get. Coming up at 6, we'll hear more from Kumar's attorney about the next steps in this case and also his message to those former patients. Daryl?
Mandy Rock live in downtown Memphis. Thank you, Mandy.
Welcome back to the Rob Maness Show. We're live on Worldview Tube and our X Spaces simulcast. Well, folks, as I've told you in previous weeks, we are going to cover more weaponization and lawfare cases. And what you just saw is how the weaponized DOJ goes after another doctor who doesn't fit their narrative. My guest today is Dr. Sanjeev Kumar, a Mayo Clinic trained gynecological surgeon and oncologist in Memphis, Tennessee. One of the very few specialists in the entire country qualified to handle the toughest women's cancer and pelvic cases. For years, he's been treating these vulnerable patients, many on Medicare and Medicaid, with procedures that literally saved their lives. But the federal government decided to make an example out of him. They turned what should have been a regulatory or billing dispute into a massive criminal prosecution packed with inflammatory allegations. Many of the most serious charges were later dropped. Yet in January, a jury still convicted the doctor on 40 counts related to medical devices and healthcare claims. Dr. Kumar was sentenced to 20 years in federal prison last month, and his team has filed an appeal. They're backed by former top FDA lawyers and regulatory experts who say the DOJ flat out misapplied federal rules on single-use devices and ignored clear safe harbor guidance that protects outpatient physician offices like his. This isn't justice, my friends. This is lawfare. It continues. Dr. Kumar is fighting back with everything he's got, and we're going to get the full story straight from him right now. Dr. Kumar, welcome to the Rob Maness Show, sir. It's good to have you. Sorry we had to miss you last month, but you had to go to court. And I appreciate that. But I also appreciate you giving us the opportunity to get your story out there, because this is horrendous, sir. It is really horrendous. Can you, before we dive into the charges and the courts, just explain to folks what your practice looked like before the federal government decided to destroy you and it?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Colonel Maness, for the opportunity to share the experience in my story. My practice, basically, we had a gynecologic practice, gynecologic surgery, and a multi-specialty group practice called Poplar Avenue Clinic. And very, very busy practice, open 6 days a week, Monday through Saturday. And located at the Poplar Avenue, one of the main streets in Memphis, Tennessee. And we basically had an open door policy that we will never turn away a patient. Anybody could show up, and if we could provide the care, we will do our very, very best to look after them. Practice started in 2019. Before that, I was a hospital-employed physician. And after the practice started, it grew rapidly. And from what we were told during the trial, became one of the largest practices in the state of Tennessee. So we looked after thousands and thousands of patients, approximately 9,000 patients, according to the governmental databases. We provided pretty much anything that you can think of, from pap smear to all the way up to pelvic exoneration. Pap smear is a very tiny little test that we do to screen for cervical cancer. And then pelvic exoneration is where I remove all the pelvic organs in difficult cancer cases that could actually kill people. So we provided a whole gamut of services in that sense. I'm a double board certified physician. I did my OBGYN residency at the Wayne State University and a fellowship in one of the best known programs in the country at the Mayo Clinic, Rochester, Minnesota. And after that, came to Memphis to begin practice. So that's kind of a summary. Our practice was very, very well liked by the patients. We have thousands of five-star reviews from our patients, literally hundreds of great handwritten comments from the patients about the satisfaction and the excellent care that they received until we were targeted by this very egregious case of lawfare and weaponization.
Yeah, one of the things that struck me as odd about this case is if the practice like the government data shows is one of the largest in Tennessee, one of the largest in Tennessee, and there's so many patients, you always ask for feedback from the patients, right? And I assume it probably ran the gambit. I mean, they're usually patients are really honest with their medical providers when giving feedback. In my experience, I've run 2 large medical clinics in the Air Force as the executive oversight, so I'm kind of familiar with it from that perspective. Were you getting large numbers of negative feedback, or was it mostly positive?
No, actually, I took great pride in asking for patient feedback. In fact, if you look at our face sheet, the clinic intake form, we created a section on the face sheet, and it asked them one question. And that question is, what is the one thing we can do to make your experience better? And I specifically created that section in the patient intake form itself so that when patients come in, they have an opportunity to write what they feel about their care live. And I believe that that's the best measure of how the patients are perceiving your care that you're providing, right?
Yeah.
And then they obviously had the opportunity to write Google reviews, health grade reviews, send us emails. We had a complaint box in our waiting area as well, where if you were not happy or you're frustrated, you could write on a piece of paper and drop it in the complaint box. And then obviously we had the good old telephone as well. And a practice starting in 2019, growing, fairly big, and in fact, one of the largest practices in the state of Tennessee, is a testament to itself. Is that if patients don't like your care, they're not going to come back to you.
Right.
And our growth and our continued service of those patients is an objective measure that our patients actually not only did they like our practice, they appreciated and were grateful for the care. Having said that, as you well know, there are few patients that unfortunately nobody can satisfy. So every practice has few patients
Yeah.
that get frustrated, and sometimes medical care is not straightforward. You
Right.
have, if a illness is complex, it is going to take time. There are no magic bullets. And as we were taught in the fellowship, and I used to say to a lot of my patients, if the situation got frustrated, if the journey got tough, that, hey, I don't have a magic bullet. I don't claim to have one. There's no magic wand to, make somebody better with the waving of a wand. What I can assure you is that I'm going to work with you no matter how tough the illness gets.
Yeah. Let's talk
And
about the charges for a second as it related to complaints or positive feedback. There was some pretty horrendous, initially, some pretty horrendous charges against you beyond billing disputes and using unsanitary devices. Was there some evidence that drove those charges? Like, wasn't there some sexual assault charges or something to that effect?
oh, yes, there were probably the most horrendous charges that you can think of. Just like you played a news
Mm,
clip, was around when that nightmare started.
mm,
And there were sexual charges, quote, illegal sex activity, rape, human trafficking. There was zero evidence to back that up. And later on, we found out. So you played the news clip, and that's
yeah, the
exactly how
initial.
it was running,
Mm,
as if there was sexual assault and things of that nature.
yep.
And later on, we found out when the prosecutorial team explained to us that, oh,
the actual basis of leveling those charges was a fairly novel theory that if a patient had a hysteroscopy, which is a legitimate medical procedure, and 4 or 5 years later, they hired a chart reviewer. And if the chart reviewer actually said that, oh, I don't think I would have done this procedure, in a background that the chart reviewer actually themselves, they don't do office hysteroscopy. But yet that chart reviewer, if based on their subjective opinion, if a procedure was not, quote, necessary, then you can charge a doctor with sexual assault, rape, and human trafficking because I'm a gynecologist and the procedure entails female genitalia.
Right.
And Memphis, being on the border of Arkansas and Mississippi, our patients cross borders all the time to see us.
Okay.
And that's why they said human trafficking comes into picture. And the shocking part of all these charges is the fact that I'm the owner of the clinic, but if one of my crew members, let's say a female physician assistant, performed the procedure, even for those days, I was charged with sexual assault, human trafficking, and rape. And that's how shocking these charges were leveled.
Yeah, that is stunning, Dr. Kumar. But based on what I've learned the past few years, unfortunately, it's not surprising. I want to continue this discussion on the backside of this break. We've got to take a break. When we come back, we'll see another clip about the charges themselves, I think, and the conviction, the ones you were convicted on. I want to talk to those too. But I want to dig deeper into this and see what else they told you about these other really specious charges. I'm in a state of shock and disbelief every time I hear one of these cases, sir. Thank you for joining me. We'll be right back with Dr. Kumar on the Rob Maness Show, and it's Truth Thursday. We're putting the truth out.
Introducing Worldview Tube Vault. Over 35 years of radio broadcasts, television programs, documentaries, and ebooks. Plus, Worldviewpedia, our powerful search engine for instant worldview and Bible research. Join for as little as $7.99 a month. And now, Vault members get something brand new, courses. Our very first course is here, the Book of Revelation with Brannon House. 53 in-depth lessons, complete with overview quizzes, walking you verse by verse through one of the most important books in Scripture. Getting started is simple. Go to worldviewtube.com/vault and join today. Already a member? Visit worldviewtube.com, click the person icon in the top right, and log in. Then hover over Vault in the menu and select Courses. That's it. You're in. Join WorldviewTube Vault today at worldviewtube.com/vault.
Now, first, we want to get to Desmond Nugent in downtown Memphis with the federal trial against a Memphis doctor. He's now convicted on 40 of 46 charges. Desmond.
Ruben and Pepper, it's been a very tumultuous situation the last couple hours after the jury has decided that Dr. Kumar will be charged for federal charges, 40 of the 46 counts that he was facing. And according to the government, they did state that he should be facing up to 100 years or more than 100 years. But according to Dr. Kumar's attorney, Ronald Chapman, that should not be the case and will not be the case. One of the things I wanted to let it be known is that Dr. Kumar actually spoke for the first time since the actual verdict came out, and actually throughout this jury deliberation, which today marked day 5. One of the things I wanted to also illustrate is that Dr. Kumar was very emotional prior to the actual verdict coming out, and then even just a few minutes ago, whenever Dr. Kumar's legal team was able to speak with us during our special coverage, that he said that prior to that particular during that particular jury deliberation, he was just very surprised and very disappointed in this particular verdict, he said that he understands that this is a judicial situation, that this is a judicial process, but he is disappointed in that his legal team will be appealing this process. He also stated that as far as the patients or the level of patients, that the level of care that he was trying to provide for his patients, he was just trying to do the best that he could, and that for the time being, he will not be able to practice anymore for the foreseeable future. Again, Dr. Kumar is being convicted of 40 of the 46 counts, according to the jury. We will provide more information as it becomes available live in downtown Memphis. I'm Desmond Nugent, ABC 24 News.
Welcome back to the Rob Maness Show. We're live on Worldview Tube and our X Spaces simulcast, and my guest today is Dr. Kumar. And Sanjeev, let's talk about the 6 charges that you weren't convicted on. First, we were discussing, I think, some of those beforehand. Were they all either sexual assault type or trafficking charges, all 6 of those egregious ones?
No, actually, so those charges had already been dropped.
Okay, so they dropped those initially.
Yes, the sexual charges, the rape charges, this and that, they were dropped before they even went to the trial. And the court issued an order that the sexual terminology should not be used, because these type of terminologies are very, very prejudicial. They're highly prejudicial in nature, and they should not be and must not be used. And so those charges were dropped, and then the trial moved forward, it was mostly consisting of the device charges and healthcare fraud charges. So that's how the trial continued. The healthcare fraud charges surprisingly had variable theories, some of which were very difficult to understand, and sometimes it was considered a medical necessity. Sometimes it was considered a device use. Sometimes it was considered patient consent. Sometimes it was considered just all following the rules and regulations, of which we have literally thousands and thousands. So it kept shifting as the trial went forward. If I remember correctly, at some point during the trial, they were even talking about the quality of water that flows in the clinic.
Really?
Yes, that could be based, that could predicate that you fail to follow regulations and things of that nature. I mean, it was just, topsy-turvy theory that kept
were any of the fraud charges about codes, billing coding, and that kind of thing?
So it part of it entails that, although it was very confusing, that it was never really narrowed down on which exact point was the basis of the charge. I'll tell you one example. So the main code that was picked up by the government was the hysteroscopy endometrial sampling code. And it's, very unusual that one code featured in the entire trial. And yet there was commentary, there was testimony that would shift from gynecologic procedures, and then sometimes limited to this code, sometimes limited to other gynecologic procedures. That became very, very confusing as well. The clinic purchased more than 40,000 single-use sterile biopsy devices that were utilized. But if you look at some of the press releases, they would say a far lesser number of devices purchased by the clinic. Our clinic also had one of the largest collections in the country of actual multi-use devices that can be reprocessed and reused literally thousands of times.
Re-sterilized, right?
Re-sterilized or be retreated with high-level disinfection based on the exact device type. So we had numerous devices of numerous types. If a device is flexible devices that are not composed of the metal cannot be put in the autoclave because autoclave entails very high temperature under very high pressure. So that will melt the device or damage the device. So for these devices, the FDA and CDC recommend that it's okay to be used with high-level disinfection. And in most clinics for those devices, our national experts testified that that is indeed the standard of care. And our clinic actually met or exceeded the standard of care on those particular devices.
So the 40,000 single-use devices, were any of the charges about using them more than once?
So that's the funny thing, is that none of the device charges were actually about using the device in an actual patient.
Oh.
Think about that for a second. And then compare that with all the news and all the press releases.
Right.
The actual charges and what was presented to the jury was strictly misbranding. Misbranding means that if a device doesn't have a label,
Mm-hmm.
and if the device didn't come with the label, it will not have a label. Okay.
Right.
And then second set of charges were, quote, adulteration. Adulteration means a device being held under unsanitary condition. And that could be, let's say, if you threw a device in a trash can, and if you picked up that device, you kept it under filthy conditions in your custody for more than a year, and then you showed it to a witness, granted, that device could be, quote, held under unsanitary condition because it's being thrown around.
Right.
A lot of them were actually broken in this process. Then think about other situations, like you have research devices, you have devices that students are playing with, you have devices that, medical reps, they drop in the clinic, merely so you could study or you could see if they work or not, right? So that's why we had actually filed a motion twice. It's called the Bill of Particulars motion. And in that particular motion, we asked the government that, hey, please tell us which device, which patient, which procedure. And you'll be shocked to actually find out how they responded to those requirements. They said, the government is actually not required to prove actual use of a device, which still to this day we can't understand. And that became a big issue in the trial, is that if you're not required to prove actual use of a device on a specific patient for a specific billing episode, what am I defending against?
Yeah, what's the crime?
What's the crime? So we then filed a motion, and actually this became a recurrent issue throughout the case, as well as in the post-trial motions as well, is that, hey, you're turning this into a crime of intent, is that I'm not disputing that you found a device in my clinic. In fact, I was actually not at the clinic when the FBI search happened at the clinic. I was in the hospital operating, and construction was actually going on. So who knows who put what device where?
Right.
I never disputed that the device was actually at the clinic. The dispute was actually proving that a device was actually used on a specific patient, and that procedure was billed to the Medicare and Medicaid programs. And they never proved that.
On the single-use devices that you, I'm going to put them in my language, but what I think I understood you say, you're using some for training, you use some to show patients as a demonstration of what this is what the device looks like, this is how it works, those kind of things. Was there a control methodology that the clinic that you directed the clinic to use so you could always be able to identify those particular devices? Were they kept in a certain location, marked a certain way, those kind of things?
Yeah. The best way to control that is hire licensed providers, because they will not do anything wrong, and follow the instruction for use of the device, right? So if I'm doing the procedure, I am the best control mechanism to use the correct type of the device. And that's why I testified for 2 days in my trial. And the government never actually asked me a single question. There was zero cross-examination.
Really?
And I told them, yes, I was the only one charged in this trial, and I told them what device I used. I also told them, going one step further, the devices that they were alleging, how they cannot be reused. A lot of these devices actually had a kill switch in them, that you cannot reuse that particular device even if you wanted to, because of the kill switch.
Okay.
Because these are inbuilt safety mechanisms in the devices. And when a medical rep trains me, I take that as a foolproof method. You see?
Yeah.
And
Absolutely.
despite of that, we got the verdict that we got, and it was pretty shocking. And it's unusual and shocking at multiple levels, in the sense that if the government is not required to prove actual use of a device, then how would the jury actually decide what is the crime here?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the crime and the instructions to the jury on how to define that somebody did the crime. I'm not a lawyer, but that's the layman's perspective on it. Have to
That's
be
right.
very clear in order to have a justice outcome in a trial, whether it's civil or criminal. Okay, we got to take another break. When we come back, I want to continue this discussion about what you were convicted on too, so people understand it, and then go into how you guys filed several motions that were denied, and then at the end of the show we'll talk about your appeal and those kind of things. But lots of good questions, and I've got a couple from the audience we'll bring in the next segment. Thank you, Dr. Kumar. We'll be right back on the Rob Maness Show.
At a certain age, you stop chasing younger. You start protecting what helps you feel steady, strong, and well. Your body's collagen matters. It supports the structure of your skin, joints, and connective tissue. But as the years go by, your body needs more support from the inside. That's where Bella Grace Elixir comes in. Bella Grace Elixir combines Verisol collagen, the world's most clinically proven collagen, with Asteryl astaxanthin and cat's claw in a proprietary blend designed to help support the processes that reconstruct collagen, while also offering antioxidant and anti-inflammatory effects. And this isn't just for women. It's for men and women who want to age with more confidence, more care, and a daily wellness routine that supports the body from within. One simple elixir, thoughtfully formulated for whole body wellness. Take care of the body that has carried you this far. Order Bella Grace Elixir today at melissahousebg.com.
A federal judge has denied a mistrial request from a Memphis gynecologist convicted in a major healthcare fraud case. Dr. Sanjeev Kumar was found guilty last year of reusing single-use medical devices and defrauding Medicare at his Poplar Avenue clinic. Now the court is rejecting his bid for a new trial. Chief U.S. District Judge Cheryl Littman denied multiple post-trial motions filed by Kumar, including requests for a mistrial, acquittal, and a new trial. After a 3-week federal trial, a jury found Kumar guilty on 40 of 46 counts, including healthcare fraud and adjusting single-use medical devices. Court records show that Kumar also received a Rimmer hearing to examine possible outside influence.
2 years ago.
It's Truth Thursday, and my guest today is Dr. Kumar, and we're getting the story out and the truth about the story. Dr. Kumar, I want to take a question from my live audience real quick before we dive into that mistrial mode. Go ahead, Shell.
Thank you, sir. Doctor, I have a question from Julie for Butte 5. She wants to know, how do you feel about Fauci's pardon, the times that he pled the fifth 111 times, and today's contempt vote by the Senate committee?
Yeah, look, I'm not a huge fan of not answering questions. In my own trial, I spoke for 2 days and gave everybody, ample opportunity to ask any questions. I went through a very rigorous medical board investigation, and I, kept sitting with them for as long as they wanted. They, took pictures and shot videos and what have you. I've been talking, even during and after the case as well. Is that I take effective communication as a very very important part of being a astute physician. I
Yeah, I
think
mean, it's critical to the credibility of the medical community. I agree with
yes,
it.
yes, I think Dr. Fauci should have answered the questions. I don't know about other legalities around it, but I don't see any point of not answering questions.
I agree with you. Dr. Kumar, what were the mistrial motions about on your case that were denied?
Yeah, so there were a lot of issues that kept coming up, and as they kept coming up, we kept building a record of those issues. I'll name a few, and it is everybody who has reviewed the actual trial, they tell me that they've not seen trials where this many issues have actually come up. And so there were severe issues related to two telephones. One key witness for the government had their phone in their possession and did not turn over that phone to us, whereas the government used the phone and we were deprived of that opportunity. And in our view, that became a big Brady violation.
Yeah.
Secondly, there was a special agent from the FDA on the case, and he, quote, reset his phone to factory settings.
Mm.
And in that process, lost communication with key witnesses, text messages, exhibits that he had sent the witnesses. So it's like if you're sending people, pictures of evidence or text messages, I'm told by the legal counsel that that becomes evidence
Right.
in a criminal case, and they said that it is ABCs of criminal investigations from the federal government that you preserve that evidence, and that evidence was lost. And it was noted that it is a huge problem in the case. Then, as we talked about, is that when the government's responsibility to prove actual use of a device was eliminated, that became, in our view, a crime of intent. That how do you go from not having to prove use of a device to now releasing press releases that I'm convicted of, quote, reusing the devices improperly. And how do you reuse a device that has a kill switch? Or
Right.
how do you use a device that is actually not even a device that you're claiming it to be? So some of these devices that they charged them as hysteroscopes. I was not using that hysteroscope. These were actually cystoscopes, parts of the cystoscopes. What was charged were many of them were actually not even full devices. They were like parts of the devices, what FDA classifies them as, quote, accessories.
Right.
Vast majority of them were actually non-functional. They don't even work. So how do you actually use a device that doesn't work? You see?
Yeah. Oh, it makes no sense. I don't. So, but you were convicted on 40 of these charges, and some of them involve reuse, right? Is
The
that
jury
right?
was
Were the
no, it is
or
not
were
right.
the charges changed to not say that you reused them? How
No.
did that? How did they do that?
Yeah, the jury was never asked to evaluate actual use of a device
Okay.
on a specific patient for a specific procedure. And that becomes a huge point in our case and our appeal. And that's contrary to a lot of the press releases that are floating around, which is why this case has taken a pretty technical turn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I wanted to show some of these clips, because I know there's incorrect information in it and give you.
There's massive amount of misinformation and incorrect information out there.
Exactly.
If reuse was proven, it will be physically impossible. And I took the stand and I demonstrated some of the use of these devices.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know my devices, I know how I use it. No two surgeons are similar in terms of how they use the devices, specifically in complex patients.
Mm-hmm.
And you're talking about patients who have multiple fibroids, very large uterus, many times cancer. I'm talking about body weight of 450 pounds or even heavier.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't just take anything and get the job done. It's virtually impossible, which is the very reason why I took the stand. I don't think the jury actually understood the case. It was, so twisted the way it was presented.
Yeah, I'm curious. Can you articulate what the jury was instructed to come to a guilty or a guilty verdict? I guess would be the term.
So the
What were
jury
they
was
instructed?
the jury was instructed on the charge of misbranding, that it did not have a label. And my understanding of the label is who reprocessed it. And they allege that if anybody reprocessed the device, the clinic was supposed to register with the FDA as a manufacturer of the devices. But if you actually read the FDA regulations, they say otherwise, that a physician's office is an exception under the safe harbors provided by the FDA's own self. The second instruction to the jury was that of adulteration, that a device was, quote, held under unsanitary condition.
Mm-hmm.
So if a device was thrown in a trash can, and many were picked up from the trash,
Mm-hmm.
if the device was thrown in the trash can, were picked up, then that device is, quote, held under unsanitary condition, and that becomes a adulterated device. These were the instructions, and there were the total jury instructions were about 35 pages, and supplemental instructions were given to them as well. So there was a whole host of different things. But proving a specific device for a specific patient, a specific procedure, the jury was never actually asked that question.
That's amazing. Well, I want to take another question from the audience before we get to this last break. Go ahead, Shell.
We have Marlon, sir.
We can't understand.
So, Doctor, sorry about that.
Marlon, you're rugging really bad, sir. We'll try again in a moment.
Let's go to the other question.
We have Zach, sir.
Yes, that sounds like the state of Tennessee for you. The regional healthcare. That's what I'm going to ask. Was it that them did it or not?
Not sure I understand the question, Zach.
Was it the regional healthcare in the state of Tennessee who originated these charges, sir?
Okay, good question.
No, it was not.
It's all federal.
Yeah, these were federal charges. And they started with a allegation that our clinic was overutilizing hysteroscopy, whereas our clinic is located in an inherently very high-risk area. And the clinic looks after extraordinarily high-risk patient population to detect endometrial cancer and other pathology in the uterus. And I'm a specialist of that field. So a lot of the patients who suspect these type of problems, they gravitate towards our clinic. It's a legitimate procedure. It's a very important procedure for women's health.
Oh, absolutely. You mentioned the medical board. You're a board certified physician. Was there a case to remove your certification presented to the board, and what was the outcome of that?
Yeah, so the FBI filed a complaint with the state medical board. The same type of allegations, overutilization of service and reuse of devices. The medical board conducted a comprehensive independent investigation and released a approximately 500-page report where they detailed all the witnesses that they interviewed, all the equipment used at the clinic, and so forth and so on. They interviewed me as well, and they dismissed the case right away, that there is no case. And despite of that, the federal prosecution went forward, essentially implying that the prosecutorial team understands the practice of medicine better than the state medical board.
That leads me to the question of what was the timing of that medical board investigation, Dr. Kumar? Was it before the trial?
It was before the trial, actually. So our clinic was searched and raided in April of 2024, and the devices were seized. And then the FBI filed a complaint with that evidence to the medical board. And the medical board investigation happened in July, August of 2024. And in September, they released the results of their investigation and sent me a nice letter dismissing the case. And when I got the letter, I'm a good student, and I keep my head down, keep working. I'm like, medical board has dismissed the case. So I kept practicing and kept doing the best I could to service my patients. Little did I know, in February next year is when they suddenly arrested me on a Friday and unveiled these rather salacious charges that you were playing on the screen.
Yeah, I mean, I'm speechless about that piece of it. We got to take our last break, Dr. Kumar. But I want to get your take on. I want to answer this question when we come back from the break. And were you able to use the medical board's findings as exculpatory evidence in the trial? We'll be right back with Dr. Kumar.
Take a look at the water you just poured. It looks clean, it tastes fine, but what's really in it? Lead, fluoride, arsenic, chlorine, pesticides, PFAS forever chemicals, pharmaceutical residues, and bacteria. Every single day, these toxins flow straight from your tap into your glass, into your family. It's time for Sentry H2O from Worldview Water. Sentry H2O is the ultimate water treatment technology, designed to remove harmful toxins, balance your water's pH, and enrich it with essential minerals like calcium and magnesium, the way nature intended. From commercial scale systems to whole house filtration to crisp, delicious drinking water right at your kitchen sink and shower, Sentry H2O delivers cleaner, healthier water everywhere you need it. No plumber, no tools, no plumbing knowledge required. Perfect for homes, apartments, rentals, RVs, refrigerators, and more. Because everyone deserves access to clean, healthy water. Visit worldviewwater.net. That's worldviewwater.net.
The Memphis gynecologist sentenced to 20 years in federal prison for improperly using healthcare devices and fraud is filing an appeal. Dr. Sanjeev Kumar was sentenced to 2 decades behind bars earlier this month. He was originally facing more than 160 years in prison after a jury found him guilty on more than 40 charges of misusing devices and healthcare fraud. Today, his attorneys filed an appeal that will be heard in front of a U.S. Circuit judge.
Welcome back to the Rob Maness Show. It's Truth Thursday, and another case of weaponization of the justice system against a good, solid citizen, professional that is trying to help people. I am amazed at this. Make sure you check out Cynthia Hughes Weaponization Watch.org organization and throw them a donation if you can. That's what I try to do, and I try to present these cases because it's unbelievable. And today's Truth Thursday. Dr. Kumar is my guest today. Dr. Kumar, I want to take a question from the audience, but before that, the question I asked before the break, were you able to use that board case that basically, dismissed the charges as exculpatory evidence in the trial?
Yeah, so we were able to introduce the report. It was a fairly large report, about 500 pages. I don't know whether anybody looked at it, though, the details. But we were blocked from entering the main letter that had the actual conclusion of the report.
Really?
So, yes. So we were blocked from using that letter. From this, complex legal mumbo jumbo. I don't know what exact, terminology they were using, why the cover letter was blocked. And we had the state medical board investigator, one of them, testify. And obviously they stuck to their findings and were very nice and pretty honest. But the other team tried to, sway them one way or the other by asking all these funny questions, implying things like, "Hey, have you ever investigated a gynecologic oncologist before?" And there are not many of us around to begin with,
right.
Not realizing that they themselves have not investigated a gynecologic oncologist's device used before. I'm pretty certain of that. And so it was, a fairly unusual type of, situation. But as far as I'm concerned, I believe in the medical board, believe in science and the scientific facts.
Right.
I'll tell you a few examples. They were trying to imply throughout the trial that uterus is a sterile cavity. Scientifically, it is not. I'm here to tell you that. They had a lead reviewer from the FDA take stand and say the FDA has, quote, never, ever cleared a hysteroscope that can be used with high-level disinfection. But the Olympus device that we presented, if you read its FDA-cleared instruction for use document, it says repeatedly, you can use this device with high-level disinfection or sterilization. And our device use was consistent with that FDA guidance and was consistent with the CDC guidelines. I didn't dream of this utilization myself.
Right.
I was trained that way. We had a national expert testifying that in our American Association of Gynecological Laparoscopists training courses, which I followed, the device use was consistent with that. But the government took a position that no, that's dirty. And it comes from this lead reviewer, which was frankly pretty shocking for me.
Yeah, it is a shocking case when you get into the details of it. Let's take this question from the audience. Go ahead, Joe.
Sir, we have Marlon.
Hey, thanks for the patience there, Colonel. Colonel, it's more of a statement to the doctor and pretty much what you covered before. Doesn't this sound like a rogue agent that actually compounded the evidence and case after case to put all these 46 counts against him when they're realizing that the foundation of the case really didn't work? So, it's just another case of a rogue agent, right, Colonel?
Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me. I mean, I'm no expert, but we've seen it time and time again. Marlon, I don't know what your thoughts are on that, Dr. Kumar.
Yeah, I can give you example after example. I mean, some of the details I can tell you. So there was a false memo that was written by an agent, and the memo said, hey, these devices were seized from this clinic, and blood and DNA was found on these devices. And if you look at some of the narrative in the indictment, it's pretty inflammatory to produce the yuck factor. But you'll be amazed to know that the FDA tested for blood 3 times and came back empty-handed all 3 times. No blood was found, and yet a false memo was created. Secondly, DNA was never tested because they said the devices were actually recovered from a high-level disinfectant that kills all the bugs.
Right.
So they were pretty safe, the way they were recovered.
Yeah. So was the false memo thrown out?
False memo should come out at some point. I don't
Oh, it
know
wasn't
when.
thrown out in the case? The jury
I
saw
don't-
that?
Yeah, it remained as part of the discovery, actually.
Okay.
And I believe was used to propagate the case.
Unbelievable. So you're appealing. What can you talk through the nature of the appeal at this point?
I'm appealing 100%. We don't know right now how what the points will look like in the appeal. Most teams that I've spoken to are of the opinion that there's quite a bit of technical things that we need to incorporate. So we haven't decided our main points, but for sure we'll be appealing and looking forward to that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think I've got one more question in the audience. Let's go ahead and take that before we close out. Go ahead, Joe.
We have Alpha, sir.
Many greetings and blessings upon you, Dr. Kumar. Basically two parts. Who did you irritate, or as we would say, PO, in this process that put this investigation against you? And I'm just not understanding how these people can listen to this evidence and apparently not come to the conclusion of your past experience and come to these horrible conclusions. It just sounds to me like somebody is really after you for some nefarious reason.
Certainly, it feels that way. The case was started by the Biden administration, and some of my competitors actually testified against me, although their substance of complaints was mainly that their practice is not exactly like mine, that they have a variation of practice, which I think is a good thing. Doctors disagree all the time. I used hysteroscopy along with endometrial sampling as a gold standard to give the patient the answer that they were looking for. Now, the doctor next door, the doctor down the street may just do a sampling, or may get an ultrasound, or may do a CT scan, or may do a MRI. I don't necessarily want all the practices to be doing the exact same thing. That is not that I'm recommending. And a disagreement between competitors is a healthy thing, right?
Yeah.
You have a Hilton, you have a Marriott. They're both hotels, but they provide comparable competitive services with some differences. But why would you criminalize one person over the other and then use a competitor who has obvious conflict of interest to punish a excellent practice? And this in the background, this in the background in women's health, and you can check the data, endometrial cancer has become the fastest growing cancer in women's health. Every 10 minutes, a new endometrial cancer is diagnosed. We need more hysteroscopy services in the office than less.
Yeah.
When this procedure is conducted in the hospital, it's way more expensive than when it is, conducted in the convenient setting of a physician's office. They were complaining that, hey, why did you repeat endometrial samplings? And I'll give you some reasons. Is that when a physician or a surgeon, they conduct a biopsy with this endometrial pipelle, we have no control over what gets sucked into this pipelle. If it is blood, if it is debris, if it is actual cells that are, shed, we have no way of knowing. Then this sample goes through many different steps of reprocessing. And then every pathologist is different. Some pathologists diagnose something, with a smaller sample. Others need a bigger sample. The number of cells that are shed by a patient are different as well. So we have no way of knowing. I wish I had the crystal ball and everybody, I could provide an answer with one-time testing, but that's not the case, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
But
You mentioned the death rates are going up. Obviously you're in this business because you care about your patients. It's a tough neighborhood where your clinic is at. As you mentioned, they're high risk. Your patients are a part of that high risk population. Who is treating are they getting treatment now? Because you've been prevented from treating your patients, even though you're still, I'm assuming, board certified physician.
Correct. I still have my excellent credentials and sound body and mind, and have my medical license. I bet that a lot of my patients are not receiving the proper care. Remember, we had a great setup on diagnosing and treating this deadly disease in our office with zero barriers. You could just walk in and we will do our very best. And now probably you're, going to the emergency room, waiting for a number of hours, and probably getting either an ultrasound or a CT scan and being sent right back that, find a gynecologic oncologist where the appointment is who knows when. In the meantime, the cancer rates keep going up and up and up. And you can actually check yourself that in African American communities, the death rate is twice as high. And as insurance declines, the death rate increases. And eventually the cost of care keeps going up and up. It's a massive issue in women's health that nobody's talking about.
It is, exactly. Unfortunately,
also-
Dr. Kumar, we're out of time, and we've got to end it there. We'll stay in touch, though, because I want to do updates as this goes by for you.
Yes, thank you so
How can
much.
folks find you and help you out?
Yes, they can check out my website, and we have the contact details on the website, drsanjeevkumarsurgeon.com. I'm available on LinkedIn, X, and the social media.
All right. Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. God bless you. You're in our prayers for sure. And we'll keep fighting for justice for all of these lawfare victims. I'm Rob Maness, and I'll see you on More War Monday. Former Special Operations Green Beret Captain John Frankman will be my guest. See you then. Worldview.
You woke up with a sore throat and a low-grade fever. You know you are getting sick, so here's your choices. You can get sicker and miss work, try to see a doctor this week, or sit hours in a crowded waiting room at urgent care.
I have a smarter option for you. Open your medical emergency kit. Match your symptoms to doctor-recommended prescription in your booklet and take the right meds now and get well faster.
This is not a first aid kit. It's like having an urgent care in your home. It includes doctor-prescribed medications to treat over 39
faith, spiritual values, moral issues, government, economy, education, work, responsibility. What we think about these depends on our worldview. Now, VCY America presents Worldview Radio with Brannon House. And welcome. Glad you are with us. We're going to be joined by Aaron Lavarco. Lots of updates coming out of the Middle East. Here is one headline. Trump rejects Iran's duplicitous claims about peace talks after desperate leaked email shows his war chiefs in panic mode. Well, that's a headline. Let's see if there's any truth behind the headline. But we do know, if you go over to worldviewreport.com, Arab leaders are reportedly telling President Trump Netanyahu is an obstacle to regional peace. Now this might explain why President Trump has been talking about Netanyahu in the past tense. He was a wartime prime minister. Wait a minute. Why are you saying was? Why are you talking about him in past tense? I don't know what's going on, but we'll get to that. Evidence says, Iran says evidence points to deliberate Ukraine attack on vessel. Seems like, again, more information that two wars are merging, Iran and U.S. and Israel war with that of Ukraine and Russia. Iraq, NATO agrees to open mission office in Baghdad, expand security cooperation. Hello, Revelation 18. Because I think this is what this is, folks. Stage setting. Oh, yes, I'm a Babylon watcher. I am constantly going to news sites every day, pretty much, learning the latest that I can on Babylon. Because like watching those who are calling for the temple to be rebuilt, it helps me understand where we are at in the stage setting. And remember not too long ago when people were mocking us. Oh, Babylon, that's New York. Babylon, it's New York, don't you know? And yet, why would they say that in part? Well, because I don't know why. They're ripping scripture out of context. The eagle in the Bible. Yeah, well, that was also a symbol for Babylon. I deal with that in our study together through the book of Daniel, which is why you see the lion representing Babylon with wings of an eagle. But they also were probably saying it because there's nothing going on in Babylon in that area. Well, that was then, and this is now. And it is moving quickly. $60 billion deal that Iraq has signed with American corporations, Chevron and others. And now NATO is going to get involved. And I find that very strategic because NATO is made up of a lot of European nations. And what is Babylon in the Bible? It is the center for world government, a Eurocentric world government, a revived Roman Empire. And so isn't it interesting? You're going to have NATO, very much NATO nations involved there with the U.S., and we're pulling out our soldiers. There's so much going on in the region that's, for Bible prophecy watchers, very, very intriguing. Let's see, what else do we have? Houthis threaten full escalation after Saudi Arabia launches Red Sea coalition. We'll get into that a little bit. What else we got here? Threats to oil tankers in Middle East, worst since start of Iran war. That's what one analyst says. I want to get into this. I wonder if Aaron knows about this. One finger prick, 30 seconds, 0 lab results inside the world's fastest portable blood test. And wouldn't you know, when you go to that link, what do you find out? It is about Israel. Israel. Yeah. RevDx, a 2.5 kilogram hematology lab developed in, wait for it, Israel. You know, I really wish they would, on their packaging and on the device itself, put the Israeli flag. So all the Jew haters can be forewarned where it came from. So if you want to have your blood tested in under 30 seconds, just know it comes to you compliments of some very smart Jewish folks. They're again and again being a blessing to the world. To all those boycott, divestment, sanction people, You need to know this is developed by Israelis. Again, they need to put the Israeli flag on the device. Everyone can know, because we don't want any BDS people to be conflicted or to take it unknowingly and use it. We would never want that to happen. Yeah. You know, speaking of blood, I had a vial of blood taken on Friday night. It's a new little device, and it was thought to be rather, cutting edge. And it was a little, because normally the Dr. Bashima, wanted me to go to some place and have a bunch of blood taken. And I'm like, I don't have time for that, number one. And then she's like, there'll be people that will gladly come and take your blood. I'm like, yeah, no, they're called jihadis. They will gladly take my blood. She's like, I don't mean that. I mean actual groups that will come there and, what is it called? Like something sounds like lobotomy. What is it called? Phlebotomy, or I don't know what it's called. But I'm like, I don't know. I can't find anyone that will come to the studio and take my blood either. So we delayed, and they wanted to take a lot. And then after you guys give blood, you know that you feel slow and tired. And I'm like, I just don't really want to go through that. So I put it off for probably close to a year. Well, technology has caught up. And on Friday night, Logan opened the package, puts this device, very much like the glucose blood monitor that I was wearing for 60 days. You put it on. Don't look at the big needle. Do not look at the big needle. Ignore the big needle, folks, because it looks so big. I know there's no needle in that one, but in the glucose monitor, there's such a big needle, you would be afraid to ever do it. But it doesn't hurt. That's the whole thing. And so don't look at the needle, because the needle really has nothing to do with what you're going to experience. You just pop it on there, push the button, and you're done. And it stays on for 30 days and then sends a message to your phone. And I did it for 60 days and my blood sugar all over the place. So we had to get that worked out. Still trying to get that worked out. But this is very much the same kind of idea. You put it on your bicep, your arm, and it has a big red button. And then Logan pushed the red button really hard, and it went into my arm. I didn't feel it. Didn't even feel a little prick or anything. And it had a little bitty vial underneath it that was attached to it. And I kept my arm down straight by my side for about, 3.5 minutes, 4 minutes. And slowly it filled up with blood. Just a little bitty vial, not a big one, not big at all. And then you put it in a special container, put it in the wrapper, and put it into the pouch, and you overnight it right back to them. And then I guess pretty soon we're going to get lab results. Now, I got to wait for all that. And that's considered pretty new technology. And maybe the lab results I'm going to get from that, and Dr. Bashim will read it on the air. Maybe the lab results she gets are going to be way more comprehensive than this one out of Israel. But something tells me it's going to be pretty amazing. And it's one little prick of the finger, no shipping it off, overnighting it, and waiting. No, within 30 seconds, you get the results. And who developed it? Israelis, being a blessing to the world once again. So we're going to get into all that and more. Oh, by the way, I was off last night because my daughter and granddaughter are in town. My daughter's expecting our second grandchild, another girl, by the way. So everybody's involved in trying to pick names. So that was fun. No name picked yet. Went to the family burial plot, 2 family burial plots. You know, I love going to graves in cemeteries and looking around. And my daughter was enjoying that as well. We were looking at the dates, World War I vet, all these different Vietnam, Korean War, looking at all these ages and people's names. But of course, the one cemetery I'm going to is filled with people with my last name, going back to the early 1800s. And but I had to get a picture of my granddaughter standing in front of the gravestone of her great grandparents on my grandfather's side and on my dad's side and which would be my grandfather's side and my grandmother's side. So that's kind of fun, right? Great. Then I took Libby and my granddaughter, she's 2, she fully understands. showed her where the barbershop used to be on the square, where my grandfather had a barbershop. Got pictures standing there. That was fun. And then I found an old black and white photo from 1962 of the actual barbershop, which I have not seen since I was a kid. I think I had my first haircut. But I found that. And we had some dinner in this small little town about an hour from us, where my parents and grandparents and great-grandparents all live, are nearby. And so that was what I did part of the weekend, relaxing. That's why I wasn't on Sunday night. I'm spending time with family. And that'll be the case for the next few weeks. And then I'll be back teaching through the book of Daniel. But frankly, I'm burnt out. I'm tired. And so I'm reading through the volume 2 of Revelation. Volume 1 is at the printer now. Volume 2 is finished. That got done over the weekend. And then final little updates, including on Babylon in volume 3. And then that goes to the printer. So I'm working on these things as well. But I got to tell you a cute little story. Then we'll go to Aaron. While I was sitting there last night, and next to my granddaughter, she likes to sit in her high chair next to grandpa and have her lunch or dinner or whatever. And she, for whatever reason, does really well when I feed her. So I was feeding her some roast beef and, very, very finely, chopped up, obviously. And she just ate so much, and people were commenting how much she ate, because Papa, I guess, was the one feeding her. Well, I'm sitting there, and she looks up at I'm wearing a white hat, ball cap, with blue writing, and she's looking at it. And I looked at her, and I said, and I pointed to, I said, what does that say up there? She's 2 years old, July 8th. What does that say up there? It says Miami, what it says, Miami. And she looks at it, and she says, M. And I'm like, really? What else does it say? And she says, 1. And I'm thinking, 1? Like Roman numeral 1, M-I, Miami. She says, M1, and then she says, C. And underneath Miami, it said Miami Company or something. It was a C in there. I'm like, this child is going to be reading before she's 3 or 4 if this keeps up. So there you go. Pretty brilliant. Grandpa's got to have a lot of those stories, right? So that was my weekend. I hope you had a good one. All right, joining me now is Aaron Lavarco. Aaron, you were leaving when she was just getting here. You missed her. You missed them, or did you not see them? I think you missed them by about 2 or 3 minutes, right?
No, just as they pulled in, I was able to say hi and say hi to your daughter, who I met last time, and to see your beautiful granddaughter. What a sweetie she is. And I can see why you want to talk about her and tell grandpa stories.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I got to start writing them down because otherwise I'll forget. So, yeah. All right. Well, So much happened. I couldn't remember if you met them or not, but you barely made it. That's right, because you were leaving just as they were arriving. All right. We come back from the break. We're going to get into it, Aaron. How about this medical device? 1 finger prick, 30 seconds, 0 lab visits. This is the world's fastest portable blood test. And you know what it's already doing? Saving lives. Because an emergency room did not have time to wait for the lab results to come back. And they tested a lady's blood and found out right away what was going on and were able to begin treatment immediately, saving lives. I just think about Israel, Genesis 12:3 will be a blessing to the world. We're going to get your take on that and a lot more. Aaron Lavarco when we come back.
You've heard about the new wave of GLP-1 weight loss shots, but you've also heard about the side effects, the nausea, the fatigue, the risks of injecting synthetic hormones into your body. What if there were a better way, a natural way? Meet Bellamelt, the indulgent, sugar-free caramel treat that's quietly changing the way women take charge of their weight. Unlike injections that flood your body with synthetic GLP-1, Bellamelt works with your body, using potent botanicals and essential nutrients to help you naturally increase your own GLP-1, the same hormone that controls hunger, cravings, and fat burning. Activated the way nature intended. Just a delicious caramel melt 30 minutes before your meal. In a 10-week clinical study of its key ingredient, African mango, participants lost an average of 28 pounds, reduced body fat by over 18%, and trimmed nearly 7 inches off their waist. Visit melissahousebg.com today That's melissahousebg.com. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Individual results may vary.
All right, welcome back. Glad you're with us. Worldview Radio, our website, worldviewradio.com. Let's go right to this article that I've already set up before we get to the rest. This little blood lab, okay? 30 seconds. It's portable. You get results immediately. It weighs just 2.5 kilos, but can run a complete blood count using nothing more than a finger prick. That's the test that flags anemia, infection, and low platelet count. With only 25 microliters of blood, it delivers the results in 30 seconds, the fastest turnaround on the market. The world's blood testing system is centralized by design, and that creates bottlenecks. Samples get shipped off the labs. Labs need trained technicians, and there's a global shortage of them. Results can take hours, sometimes days. RevDX is built to close that gap. Behind its screen, AI does what once took a lab technician years to learn, identifying and counting blood cells one by one. If it spots something unusual, it can flag the image to a hematologist off-site for a second opinion. Yoel Ezra, Y-O-E-L, the founder and CEO of EFA Technologies. Can you find out if that's publicly traded in there, guys? The company behind RevDXX walked me through the process. You sterilize the finger, take the prick, and put the blood onto a unique chip that's placed inside the small machine. It didn't hurt at all. Now everything is done automatically inside, he said. First result you'll get is about 30 seconds, and you will know if you're anemic or not. 30 seconds later, the results were in. Good news, I'm not anemic. I'm surprised, I'm told. I thought we were going to discover something today. After about 10 minutes, the device had run all 19 parameters in its full blood count panel. Our RevDex isn't designed only for clean, quiet clinics. Yoel told me the device has been piloted on a bumping Jeep over rugged terrain and still deliver results. You can use it in a clinic in Europe, or you can take it into a home hospitalization, or you can take it to remote locations and military use on the battlefield, folks. Isn't that something? Aaron, you want to comment on this? It's not publicly traded? Well, I wish it were. All right. Aaron, thoughts?
Another brilliant invention, Brannon. It could be a lifesaver in so many situations, like you mentioned, even on the battlefield. Finding out in a woman in an operating room giving birth. If they find out she's bulimic, that can make a massive difference to the procedure, to the pressure that she's under. So this is a fantastic, another breakthrough in medicine, including, it was Jewish people who invented the polio vaccine, all kinds of medical life-saving devices. In the Second World War, Brennan, a doctor called Paul Zoll revolutionized cardiac care. He observed different heart stimulations that could cause it to beat more effectively. So, I know you touched on this earlier. There are so many anti-Semites, but, when it comes to these inventions, life-saving inventions, why don't you put aside your hatred and look at some of the good things that the Jewish people have done? Even the invention of the teddy bear, Brannon.
Well, we're pretty excited about it. That's for sure. All right. Now we have the news of Donald Trump. He was talking about how this was going to be the biggest hits since World War II. And we thought it was going to happen while we were on the air on Friday night, but no. And now he's reversed course, on again, off again, on again, off again. I hate to tell you, but he is losing credibility. I don't know why he just doesn't be quiet and wait for stuff to develop that's concrete that they can announce, number one. Number two, though, most importantly, why are we negotiating with terrorists? That's what Dave Gobbett said again the other night. 101, you don't negotiate with terrorists. They're threatening to kill us. They now have a gigantic banner. I think it's in Tehran. It's on the Worldview Report.
with the Statue of Liberty tipped over. They have released a video, AI video, of the Statue of Liberty being beheaded and coming down. And so they're threatening us. They're threatening Trump. They're threatening Melania. They're threatening Barron. They're threatening the whole family with images of flag draped coffins of the Trump family. And we're negotiating with these people? Why? Why are we negotiating? One reason only. Trump wants business. Two reasons. Trump wants legacy and he wants business in the region. It's legacy and money, pride and money. That's all it can come up with. Now, they say, well, wait a minute, what about you don't want them getting a nuclear weapon? They've already got one. Okay, we've been telling folks that since Peter Prize Day. The question is, how many will they get? Do we want them getting more? No, but they likely already have at least one or more. Not to mention they can buy them. North Korea has plenty. Turkey has plenty. So Trump went in way too fast. We were already drained with munitions thanks to the Biden administration giving so much to Ukraine. And now we're in a tough spot. He moved way too fast with really bad advice, Aaron.
Well, yeah, Brandon, I've been studying all morning about this. What is really going on? And, you know, one question I have, who is he dealing with? Is it the regime? Is it people within the regime that have got one foot out and they want to break? Who actually are they dealing with, and who are the Pakistanis and the Qataris dealing with? This is a big question, but let's just say they are dealing directly with the IRGC. This is a humiliation. This is not a strong America, or at least a portrayal of a strong America. That's obvious by now. It's a humiliation. So many questions. What is going on? Who is he dealing with? What is his end goal, Brennan? Does he want to, what he's saying, stop a nuclear Iran? Now, you're saying that they already have nuclear capabilities. Well, if that's the case, that's not good.
No.
Number two, you know, I think Trump is under a lot of pressure from the Democrats. He's under a lot of pressure with the elections coming up. Immense pressure. Oil prices rising. The moment he starts pulling that trigger again and annihilate them, probably oil and gas is going to go up again. So he's in a tough spot. But the thing is, Brandon, he cannot just continue with the status quo. And he actually said, just as I was in the waiting room to come on, an update said, this is Iran's last chance. Have you heard that before, Brandon?
Okay, I was going to say, are you kidding me? Really? Really?
It's like a parent, that says
you
to
do
their
that
kids,
one more time, I'm going to spank you.
One more word from you. We don't know what that word is, but one more word. And that's what's going on. So let me tell you, from a military point of view, Brandon, if you're a soldier out there, and I'm hearing about the Israeli soldiers, this is very demoralizing. We want to move forward. We want to act. Trump is holding back our triggers. And for the Israeli soldiers, this is very demoralizing. And can you imagine what about the American soldiers? So this is not good. It's playing into the hands of the IRGC. But being an optimist, not having yet thrown Trump fully under the bus, I'm hoping that he's listening to some people who
he's listening to the Arab leaders. The Arab leaders to Trump. Netanyahu is an obstacle to regional peace.
Yeah. Well, I sent you that article before about that. Absolutely. He is listening to the Arab leaders. And if that is true, that he's listening and bending and bowing to the Arab leaders, then you can guarantee what's at the bottom of it. Like you said, money. It's the whole technocracy and the plans that Trump has for the future. He doesn't want to upset the technocrats. And so I agree. I think that's what is the bottom undergirding line. He's got bigger plans, but Brannon, this is very serious. You cannot let, and I'm going to take the stance that Iran do not have nuclear weapons until I hear them say it. I'm going to, and of course Trump and Bibi keep on saying that we will not allow the Iranians to go nuclear. Until that happens, we've got to make plans to stop them, because once they get it, they're going to hold the world at bay, not just Israel, not just the Arab nations, but Europe and America. This will be disastrous. There'll be no turning back. And we know that the Iranian regime...
Well, Trump acts like they have it. Trump acts like they have a nuclear weapon, okay? Marco Rubio said at some point, if they get a nuclear weapon, they can control the whole Strait of Hormuz and do whatever they want, okay? Because all they have to do is say, we're going to let one of these loose right there. The administration is acting like Iran has a nuclear weapon and they know it. That's how they're acting.
Yeah, well, you know, it makes you wonder the fact that they're bowing to these thugs and bullies who militarily, apart from nuclear energy, they've got no other leverage.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe you're right. Maybe
in addition, of course, it could be that President Trump's been told the what we just did to 7 states with water, that's just a little appetizer for what's really coming with your power grid and so much more. I mean, if we really knew what Trump knows in the classified arena world, which again, isn't hard for us to know from the public source side, because we've been warning about the water. We've been warning about the power grid. We've been warning about the Chinese chips on transmission power centers. So, I mean, this is not, you don't really have to know much in the classified arena, because we've been talking about that stuff from the public arena since at least 2018 and certainly before. President Trump, by the way, before we go to the break, come back, you have somebody over there in your prayer group that is saying that Trump is listening to the leader of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Pakistan. They're all telling him what to do. That's what's going around Israel, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Is it demoralizing the Israeli troops?
I just mentioned that a few minutes ago. It's absolutely demoralizing. We want to move forward. We want to end this war, and we know that victory is within sight. But, you know, a few days ago, Donald Trump was ordering the troops to do the greatest attack since the Second World War. And now yesterday, it stopped. Very demoralizing.
Yeah. We come back. We're going to get some breaking news clips from President Trump out of the Oval Office saying that Iran talks are happening right now, while Iran says, no, they're not. And if we do talk, we're not talking about nuclear weapons. That's just not, we're not discussing some of these things. They've already decided what it is they'll talk about. And we'll get to the clip where he says this is their last chance. Okay. That and more with Aaron Lavarco. Like to the nationsministry.com. We'll be right back.
News is moving faster than ever, and so are we. Worldview Tube brings you 24/7 live stream coverage and now real-time alerts when it matters most. Once you have the Worldview Tube app installed, exit the app and navigate your way to Settings. In Settings, locate the tab labeled Notifications. Select the Notifications tab. Scroll down until you locate the Worldview Tube app icon. Select the tab, and here you can turn on and customize your notification experience for the Worldview Tube app. News doesn't wait, and neither should you. Turn on push notifications to stay informed. Every headline as it happens.
You're watching Worldview Tube, built on the 35 years of Worldview books, documentaries,
research, high-profile interviews, and the radio and television broadcasts of Brannon House.
All right, welcome back. Glad you're with us. Tonight on Brannon House Live with Trevor Loudon, I'm going to deal with a front, and it's on my Worldview Report tonight, which also airs on TV 30 in Milwaukee. Wisconsin Democrat Socialist governor candidate, according to this headline at Front Page Mag, is bipolar, suffered mental breakdown. Now, this is coming from Daniel Greenfield, but he's citing an article that's linked there from a magazine called Meal Magazine. And she openly talks about this. Being, I guess, struggling with mental health issues, something that happened when she was 18, talks about, all of her situation in great detail. But this is a Democrat Socialist of America. And that's just one of the Democrat Socialist of America people running. We got another one who is into things I can't even talk about on the air. I think that's Scott. Is his name Scott Wiener from California? I think he's from San Francisco. And I can't even talk about on the air what he's reported to be into. Then we got some of these other ones that are in. I'm not going to get into all of it tonight, what they're into. I don't understand why the Democrat Socialists of America are running candidates that are so repulsive in their behavior. I mean, are you trying to lose? Why would you not put up candidates that look more like AOC? Not that she's an attractive candidate, but I mean, I guess you're married to that was Ilhan. That was Ilhan Omar, married to her brother, reportedly. So AOC was a lot more mainstream looking. And that's saying a lot, isn't it? Why are they deliberately putting up these kind of candidates? I think the issue is they want, and I told you guys this before, they want candidates to win that are absolutely unhinged so that everyone with a brain loses complete trust in the system. This is how they burn down the American plantation, as they call it, burn down the system, cause people to lose faith in the system by getting people elected that have no business being elected. So you just throw up your arms, throw up your hands, and you're demoralized. Remember, demoralized, destabilized, chaos, the new norm. So we'll get into some of that tonight. Joining me again is Aaron Lavarco out of Israel. Aaron, let's go on to some of the other stories that we need to cover. And that includes, coming back to the Worldview Report website, threat to oil tankers in Middle East, worse since start of Iran war, says an analyst. This is coming from the BBC just 3 hours ago. What are you hearing? And then, of course, we have Ukraine is striking Iranian assets as well. So it looks like these two wars are merging.
It does, Brennan. There's a shifting going on all the time. I even read today that China are sending a mass amount of rebuilding defense capabilities to Tehran, to Iran. So, people are out for the money. People are out to make deals, and people that have needs are willing to pay for these natural resources or defense systems. And, people, they will sell their souls for either money or power. And we're seeing that all over the Middle East, Europe, Russia, Ukraine. You can hardly keep up with what's going on. But, the threat of a third world war is very much there, Brannon. China are still a little bit in the shadows. But, Russia are getting involved, and North Korea, we need to keep our eye on them, and Turkey, they are just waiting in the shadows. They're gonna make a move. I don't know what their move is going to be. I predict they're going to make a move into Syria, which is on their southern border. They want those natural resources in Syria. It's a massive passageway where Iraq and Iran, they can send weapons right through to Lebanon. So we're keeping our eye not just on Israel, not just on Iran, but the whole Middle East region.
Here is the latest clip. These are clean. Trump's not cussing. Okay, keep your finger on the button, but they say he hasn't. These are fresh clips coming out of the Oval. Unmute my computer.
They're going to make a move into Syria, which is...
All right, hold on. I got too many windows open, and that's our own audio coming back at us. Got to find that and stop that. Have we ever asked our IT guy to stop that? We've asked him 100 times. All right, here we go. Let's see if I got it now, Logan.
Would Iran be willing to return to fully free navigation of the
It has to be. I'm not going to let them charge.
Would you
Anybody's going to charge, we'll charge. We're the one that has total. We have total control. You know, we have a thing called a blockade with his Navy. And that Navy is, they call it a wall of steel, the United States wall of steel. And no, there's not going to be charging. We're not talking about charging at all. There won't be charging.
Okay. Don't know why he makes those kind of statements. We have total control. Okay, yeah, you may have a blockade, but you don't have control of the strait. Why does he say total control? Why does he talk like that, Aaron? Do you have any idea?
I don't, Brennan. It's a mystery. It's like the analogy I gave you. When you go down to the...
Yeah, I'm sorry.
When you go down to the marketplace, if you want to buy a silver spoon that costs $100, what are you going to do? You're going to say, I'll give you 20. Now, that's an outrageous offer, but you put it out there anyway. And you know you're not going to pay. You know they're not going to accept it, but you put it out there anyway. And I think these leaders are doing exactly the same. They're wheelers and dealers. A lot of it's psychological warfare. And I think he's just trying to flex his muscle, just like the Iranians. They do the same. They've also flexed their muscles. And in fact, Iran, who are not willing militarily, they are actually in some ways winning this war until they lose control of the Hormuz Strait, until they surrender. They are seeing this as a victory simply because they've got the Americans by the throat. Mm-hmm. So Donald Trump, the warning he gave, this is the last warning until the capitulation.
Well, here it is. Here it is. Here's the audio.
When we talk, we say we're talking. If we're not talking, when you ask me, no, we're not talking, I'll say it. But we are talking right now. We're talking, and we're talking at the request of Iran, backed by Saudi Arabia, backed by UAE, and backed by Qatar in particular, but others also. Many countries called. The leaders of many are friendly with a lot of them, almost all of them, one way or the other, and they all wanted to give this a last chance. This is a last chance. This is not something that, if it doesn't happen, this is a last chance for them to sign a good document. Yep.
Last chance.
Brandon?
Well, I'm sure they're shaking in their towels.
Yeah, there is another big factor. If he annihilates the bridges, the power grids and all that, I've read reports that the local people, they're going to suffer big time, and it's going to take maybe decades to rebuild this. Now, is it possible, out of the goodness of his heart, out of an act of humanitarian aid and concern, that he doesn't want the local people who he said he would help, he doesn't want them to suffer, and he doesn't want to hit the regime and cause the people to suffer? Could that be a part of why he is holding back and continues to hold back?
Well, we don't want the Persians to suffer, that's for sure. Here we go. Here's another clip from the Oval.
On behalf of the press corps, thank you, ladies, for what you do for our service members in this country. Mr. President, are the talks with Iran now off and our airstrikes?
No, they're on. They're going on right now. It's an amazing thing. We have a little problem with Iran because We have many talks, and we'll say we have or we don't have. We're straight about it. But they deny. But they're not denying it now. They just put out a statement not denying it. But for some reason, they, when they're talking, they don't like saying that they're talking.
All right. So there are all kinds of conflicting reports coming out of the region right now. That's for sure. No doubt about that. So let's see what else. What else do we have? Let's go over to worldviewtube.com. Let's see. Here we go. Houthis threaten full escalation after Saudi Arabia launches Red Sea coalition. Want to comment on that?
Well, there's another proxy of the Iranians. It's one of their arms of strength, and they're fighting on behalf of the regime. They're funded by the regime, and of course down in the south there, because the Houthis, which come from Yemen, they're very close to the Saudis. They're also very close to us, and they don't want to weaken that southern Red Sea, Gulf of Aqaba area. So they're still very much in this war as well. It's like I said the other day, just when we crush or seemingly crush one proxy of Iran, another rises up. And then when we crush them and focus on another one, the one that we crushed, they reassemble and regather stocks and armaments. This is an ongoing thing that doesn't seem to be going away, Brannon. And we've got to take out the head of the octopus. Until the head of the octopus is taken out, this is just going to go on and on and on. I shared in a church the other day, remember when Paul said that he had a thorn in his flesh, and he calls it a messenger from Satan. And he asked for that thorn to be taken away, but God said, no, my grace is sufficient. And then in Judges 3, God said, you did not drive out all the enemies, therefore they will be a thorn in your flesh. And this thorn is not being taken away. We can do all we can, but we've just got to keep fighting and relying on God's grace to get it done, because it is so frustrating.
Yeah, it sure is. Let's open the phone lines. 1-800-347-9829, 1-800-347-9829. Your thoughts, your comments, your questions for Aaron Levarco, 1-800-347-9829. Again, 1-800-347-9829. One of the big stories while they're getting on the phone lines, Aaron, as I mentioned and teased already, is Iraq. Here it is. Iraq, NATO agree to open mission office in Baghdad, expand security cooperation. And again, I just love tracking these stories out of Iraq, land of Babylon, because again, it shows us not only are they rebuilding, the Al-Fal port is underway, lots going on for commercial sites, $60 billion deal just signed when the prime minister of Iraq was in the U.S. Now the U.S. is withdrawing troops and the NATO is getting involved. And of course, NATO is dominated by the Europeans. And I'm watching for a revived Roman Empire per Daniel and Revelation. And what do you have helping coming to the region? The European nations, which pushes toward that Eurocentric world government we've been talking about. I want you to comment on that real quickly, and then we'll go right to the phone lines with your comments or your questions. By the way, I have a couple copies of the Talmud showing up today. I'm going to start studying the Talmud because I'm tired of hearing people tell me about all the things that are in there, and I find out it's a lie. So I'm about to become an expert in the Talmud. Stand by. Here we go.
The storm hits, the power's out, the stores are empty, grocery shelves cleared in hours. And now you're staring into an empty pantry, wondering how you're going to feed your family. It doesn't have to be that way. Worldview Store offers premium emergency freeze-dried food, real meals packed with nutrition, ready when you need them most. Hearty breakfasts, savory dinners, hot, satisfying food for your whole family. With a shelf life of up to 25 years, you store it once and forget about it until the day you need it. Just add water. In minutes, you've got a hot, delicious meal. No refrigeration, No fuss, no panic. Hurricanes, blackouts, job loss, supply shortages, whatever comes, you'll be ready. Don't wait for the next emergency to wish you'd prepared. Visit worldviewstore.com. That's worldviewstore.com or call 901-825-0652. That's 901-825-0652.
All right, 1-800-347-9829, 1-800-347-9829. Your thoughts, your comments, your questions. Comment on this. NATO and Iraq agree to open a mission office in Baghdad. It's moving fast over there. And we'd love to have you go there. We talked about it when you were here, but we got to make sure it's safe. But we are excited to be announcing soon the IsraelChannel.com. It's not working now, but we own it. TheIsraelChannel.com. We're going to be going and growing and expanding our broadcast with Aaron in Israel and our work. And it's such an opportune time to do that right now. Comment on this before we go to the phone lines, will you, please, Aaron?
Well, I just think it's interesting that the timing of it. The American troops are pulling out, Brandon. That creates a vacuum. And the powers that be from Iraq are now siding and collaborating with NATO. I think what you're saying about not only a revised Roman Empire, but how Babylon, Iraq are involved here. You can't make this stuff up. The timing is incredible. Biblical prophecy comes to light when you think of and look and see what's happening. I think it's quite interesting.
And yet here's a Politico headline. GOP staffers say the party has a groper problem. Graper, that's Nick Fuentes people, Graper. Party veterans are concerned that the pipeline of young Republican talent is veering off course and into terminally online extremism. Yeah, it is. But it's not just young. I got people that I'm dealing with in their 40s that are trying to tell me how the Jews are trying to take over America. And I'm constantly talking with some people who are in very influential positions on a national level and trying to convince them to come down off the ledge, convinced that the Jews are trying to run the world and rule the world and greater Israel project. And I'm like, you are believing garbage. And they're trying to tell me what's in the Talmud. I'm like, that's not in there. Okay, Aaron?
Brandon, I guarantee what's behind this shift are the universities. What has been fed into the universities and taught by the Middle Eastern money that's been poured into it, sending out the imams and the sheikhs and all that to bring and infiltrate into the universities so that the young people are indoctrinated, and by the time they get up and work their way up into the parties, whether it's Democrat or Republican, they've been negatively.
I agree with that, but it's even worse than that because it's the podcasters. Okay, it's the podcasters more than the universities, believe it or not. Now, and the guys I'm talking to, they're in their 30s and 40s. They are listening all day long. A heavy stream of podcasters. You guys in the control room agree with me? Yes. I got a universal yes from the guys in the control room. They all say yes at the same time, no hesitation. And I know because I'm asking some of these people in their 40s, where are you getting this garbage from? And they start naming off the podcasts they're listening to.
Wow.
And now I'm telling you, that's why VCY America, Worldview Tube is so needed. And why our Revelation commentary is so important. And there's a young lady out there who I just found out about from the team. She's 18 years old. She asked her mother for a copy of the commentaries, the 3-volume Revelation set commentaries. Volume 1 is at the printer. Wonderful. Volume 2 goes tomorrow. Then Volume 3, because I got to add in some stuff on Babylon again for Volume 3. But because it's moving so quickly. But this is why what we do is so important. Aaron?
Absolutely, Brandon. The one of the titles of the devil, he's the prince of the power of the air.
Yeah.
And he's infiltrating media. What I'm saying is obvious, and broadcast. So we need to step up and fight and make a stand.
Sharon, line 1, Sharon in Wisconsin. Hi, Sharon.
Yes, I read this weekend that Trump received a call from Saudi Arabia insisting that for the sake of the Gulf states, that there be more negotiations and not go directly to war. But the bigger reason was from Tusi, a reporter from Iran, that the plans for the attack were leaked, and therefore all these other reasons are superfluous. But the real reason, because the plans specifically for the attack had been leaked.
Well, that's very interesting because we are getting a report, for what it's worth, that Trump rejects duplicitous claims that peace talks aren't happening after desperate leaked email shows his war chiefs in panic mode. Whether there's any truth to that report, it is interesting because it fits with what you're talking about. Very interesting. Thank you so much, Sharon. Let's go back to the phone lines. Let's see. I got to get my call screener back up here. Let's go to Mark in Arizona, line 2. Hi, Mark.
Hey, guys. You had mentioned last week so much about Trump saying Israel wouldn't exist if it wasn't for him. Mike Huckabee had a counter comment that had to do with America wouldn't exist if it wasn't for Israel.
Yes.
I was just wondering if you guys had any insight, what kind of rapport Trump has with Huckabee. And another comment, too, is this boy that cried wolf tactic with all this on and off, on again with Iran is, like you said, is he's losing credibility. And I think his illusions of grandeur are really ruining his reputation big time.
Very well said, Mark. Very well said. I don't know about the relationship anymore between Trump and Huckabee. We haven't seen them together a lot. But of course, he's over in Israel, Huckabee is. But he did say about 6 weeks ago, he watches Truth Social very closely to find out whether he's got a job, which that spoke volumes to me, absolute volumes to me. Great points, Mark. Let's go quickly. Doug, line 3. Doug, you go. We'll get you in. Go ahead, Doug.
Yes. I believe Trump is deliberately prolonging this until he gets all the countries of the Middle East to interact with each other. He's not a univariate problem solver. He's a multivariate problem solver. This is not just U.S. versus Iran. His foremost goal, as we've already stated a few times, is to bring peace and stability to the Middle East and beyond that to the world. He hasn't said that often, but he definitely hasn't made it. He's really very consistent. Now, he's not a believer. Obviously, he doesn't have a personal relationship with the Lord Jesus. That's evident. But he is a brilliant strategist using brilliant insight into how people can and will act selfishly on behalf of their own self-interest. And this is what makes him such a great, deal of the art, or art of the deal kind of person. He also needs time to bolster the U.S. military in the region. I believe there are more and more assets arriving all the time. He could quit it anytime he wants to, but he wants to optimize it for a longer-lasting peace in the Middle East. It's not just U.S. versus Iran.
Thank you, Doug. I got to go, about out of time. Great call. Thank you, Doug. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Aaron. Stay tuned for Crosstalk, guys. Take care. All right, let's come back here. We offer all sides. I'm not going to sit here and argue with Doug. We let everybody speak their mind. But I think Doug has the faith and trust in Donald Trump that maybe a friend of mine in Israel used to have, and until he saw the light. Doug sounds like he needs to visit with you a little bit, Aaron.
Yeah, we should sit down and talk. And I still haven't, like I said earlier, I still haven't thrown him under the bus.
Yeah, I don't want to throw him under the bus, but I don't think he's this brilliant strategist. Do you guys in the control room think he's the brilliant strategist that has this whole thing under control? No, they're all saying no. How can you handle, have you ever, of course you're Jewish, so you probably haven't. Have you ever gone to a country fair and chased after and tried to wrestle a greased pig?
No, I have been to the Minnesota State Fair, and I have seen those huge, giant pigs there.
Those big sows? Yeah. Okay, well, we'll get back to that. I want to talk to you about that because I've seen them, too, at the Minnesota State Fair. But that's what Iran is. Iran is a big, greased pig, okay? And Trump is trying to catch and get his arms around a greased pig that keeps squealing and getting away. And he's wallering down in the manure with this attempt, okay? And when you wrestle a greasy pig, all you're going to do is get full of manure, okay? And that's what he's doing. because you don't negotiate with terrorists. Okay, you don't negotiate with people that are openly putting up banners about taking out your life and that of your family members, and then negotiate with them. I mean, I'm sorry. This is not a brilliant strategist. This is a guy that's in over his head and who went in before he could figure out whether he has even enough munitions. This is Luke chapter 14, and I hate to say it because it impacts every one of us. This is, I think, God humbling Nebuchadnezzar Trump. King Neb Trump.
Yeah. You know, Brennan, the other thought, I had a conversation last night when Jesus made this statement. What shall it profit a man if he gains the whole world and lose his soul? And I wonder whether Donald Trump's soul and his heart has just been pulled in so many directions. But if it is the sake of being pulled toward money and power, then according to the words of Jesus, he's losing his soul.
Yeah.
And
it's unfortunate. By the way, I just got Rich, who's a regular, he likes to email here. He says, poor Doug is in Trump la-la land. I wish I could have the confidence in Trump that Doug has, but there's no way. No. And then he actually said, I've never been a soldier, talking about Trump. Earlier, he said, I've never been a soldier, because I asked you, is it demoralizing the soldiers? He said, I've never been a soldier, but it's demoralizing me. Well, it is. But you know what? The majority of Americans aren't paying attention to this. When you travel around, let me ask you, are you running into people that are eager to talk about this with you and know what's going on? Or are they oblivious?
No. Well, the circles that I'm in,
I'm talking about the average person when you're out in the marketplace and you're talking to someone. Are they oblivious to what's happening?
I would say maybe 80-90% oblivious, yes.
Didn't you have someone even say something up to you, like they didn't know anything was even going on over there?
Yeah, some people, they got no idea there's a war in Israel. Some people hardly know anything about October the 7th, surprisingly. But, I've been watching people like Mark Levine and General Keane from Fox News. I noticed that they are still loyalists to their commander-in-chief. They won't speak out against him, but you can hear their frustration as well.
100%. 100%. Let's see. Is Trump saying anything else? Let's see. I don't guess I see more.
Let me just say, Brandon, while you're checking the news, that we have in the last few days assassinated two main leaders from the October the 7th massacre, Palestinian Hamas leaders who were guilty not only of being part of the massacre, but they held some of our people in captivity. And finally, we have been able to eliminate them.
And sadly, however, we have one guy that committed suicide on the grave of his fiancée.
Yeah, I saw that, Brandon.
I think they had both been captured, right?
Absolutely, yes.
And they made it back. Did she make it back alive?
I believe so. She did. But he didn't.
She made it back. No. He committed suicide. He made it back alive. I don't think she made it back alive.
Okay.
And he committed suicide a week after his brother's wedding on her grave. And I think he was engaged to her.
Yeah, terrible stories.
He held out as long as he could, got through the family wedding, and then a week later ended it on her grave.
Brandon, there's another story where it was the newly married wife. She saw her husband being mutilated to death. She survived it. She was released. She was in the studio at one of our major television stations about 4 or 5 times, sharing what she was going through. She became like the daughter to the whole nation. And then one day I was watching the news and they broadcasted that she took her life. She couldn't go on anymore. Terrible stories.
They are terrible stories. Absolutely horrific stories. Pray for the people of Israel, that's for sure. Pray for President Trump to have wisdom, folks. He needs wisdom. He needs knowledge, first of all. He needs the Lord, but he needs knowledge. He needs better advisors. Aaron, keep your cell phone on. Maybe he'll call. Aaron Lavarco, lighttotheNationsMinistry.com. And of course, he's brought to you by our foundation, worldviewfoundation.com. Thank you for your support. Worldviewfoundation.com. Talk to you tonight with Trevor Loudon, Annie Cyrus, Nicole Pearson, the attorney, and Patrick Wood. What a lineup tonight for Brandon House Live. Talk to you then. Take care.
This is Brandon House Live. Whether the issue is law, science, economics, history, family, social issues, education, religion, government, or national security, Brandon brings the issues of the day into clear focus through the lens of a Judeo-Christian worldview.
Okay.
And now, here is your host, Brandon House.
And welcome to the broadcast on this Tuesday night. Can you believe it? August 4th, 2026. Glad you're here. We have an exclusive interview I got with Sarah White. She's over there in Ceuta, where they are invading. And I want to ask her about who's really behind this. Is this another World Economic Forum, United Nations, globalist agenda to flood the country there of Spain? Sounds like what happened here in America under the Biden years. I've never interviewed her until today. I pre-recorded an interview with Sarah because of the time change. And what an interview. What an interview. And you're going to see me get to know her as the interview unwinds because I didn't know her until the interview started. But I'm going to have her back. She's gutsy and it's very, very informative. So we're going to go to that pre-recorded interview here in just one momento. We also did an interview, and I pre-recorded that one as well, with Michael Weiner today on what's going on with the economy, but particularly I play some clips from him from several years ago, where 60 Minutes did a piece on 401ks and all of these people that had lost $40, $50, $60, $80,000, $100,000, people that were planning to retire and were going out. And no retirement now. And then they're going back to work at a funeral home, greeting people as a greeter at a funeral home, and then working at Starbucks with kids that could be his grandchildren. Now, I want to give you a warning again tonight about what's happening in this country and world of ours and to protect people. I don't give financial advice. I give financial opinion. You should do your homework. You should get educated. You really should learn from other people's mistakes, other people's failures, or just they're being taken advantage of, maybe not being fully informed. Certainly, I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, but you should learn from what happened to some of these people back in 2008. 60 Minutes did a piece on this several years ago. I want to play a little of that. And then I want to talk about Japan and what's going on in Japan and several other things with Michael Weiner tonight. And then in studio, Courtney Turner. Courtney Turner. I want to talk about MAGA being infiltrated, churches being infiltrated, the GOP being infiltrated, the Democrat Party of America being infiltrated. Oh my, even people like James Carville and so many others are like, I'm going to have to leave this party if they're going to let the communists, just a flat out Marxist communist take over. Why is there so much infiltration going on the right and the left? Is that so that people become disillusioned? Is that so that people become demoralized and walk away from the whole system? Is that so that some of them become radicalized, either on the far right or on the far left? Is it so that they are co-opted? Either way, who's behind this? Is it globalist? Is it technocrats? Are they pushing for technocracy to say Biden failed? Trump, he's not doing the greatest for the economy. We read today that diesel prices are back up there where they were under Biden. That impacts your food at your dinner table, many other things. Are they trying to say, you had Biden and you had Trump and none of it's working? What do we need to do? Maybe go to technocracy. Let the machines run the world. After all, they're so much smarter than human beings. Is that where we're going? Is it to push us toward technocracy of a technate of America, Canada, and Mexico? So, and then what about guys like Jack Posobiec? Why are guys like Jack Posobiec being interviewed at Turning Point USA when, we'll play the video again tonight, he's saying, I'm not a capitalist. I'm not a capitalist. What else has he said? I got some very interesting clips from this character, Jack Posobiec. Are we seeing an influence of the Jesuits? Are we seeing an influence from people that are from the intelligence arena, have been a part of the intelligence arena? Is there an agenda here? If so, what is it? I mean, in many cases, we don't have answers. We can only provide you with theories, our opinions, educated guesses. Something's afoot in America. These are not the normal days, as we all know. And it seems as though the right and the left are being infiltrated. This is not your father's Democrat Party. This is not your father or grandfather's Republican Party. Times, they are a-changing. But the change, the conflict, change comes through the conflict. Isn't that what Saul Alinsky taught? What is it we're headed toward? We'll get into some of that tonight. So buckle up. Oh, we have big news tonight. Big news tonight. Finally, it's taken us over a year and a lot of money to transcribe every radio show, every TV show, every documentary, every book, every article, and turn it into the most powerful, I think, the world's premier biblical worldview Bible and Bible prophecy software. It's called Worldviewpedia. If you go to Worldview Tube tonight, maybe pull that lower third down for 1 minute, go to Worldview Tube tonight, and in the far right-hand corner, look at that. What's it say? Worldviewpedia Research Assistant. Click it, and you can try it. It's being debuted tonight. You have a drum roll or anything in there, Logan? What is Mormonism? You ready for a cheer at least, Logan? You have any applause from a crowd? I thought you had all kinds of funny sounds in there. There we go. Finally, some appreciation. I get no respect. All right, here we go. What is Mormonism? Hit return, boom, or hit send. Send, come on. There we go. Now it's working. It's combing through 36 years of radio shows, TV shows, ebooks, articles, commentaries. Mormonism is a religion founded on a belief that God was once a man of flesh and bone who lived a good life and evolved to become a god of this planet. According to Mormon theology, God resides near a star called Kalab with goddess wives and sends spirit babies to earth. Mormons are polytheists who believe that all male Mormons can eventually become gods themselves. Mormonism also teaches that Jesus is the spirit brother of Satan and was conceived through a physical relations between God the Father and Mary. Folks, this is all documented, so don't let the Mormons tell you this is not true. It's in their own books, people. We have it. It does not base salvation solely on the cross and blood of Jesus, which is why you'll never see a cross on a Mormon church. Or at its core, Mormonism is a religion of works, not grace. Salvation, described as elevation to godhood, is taught to come through membership and baptism in the Mormon church, obedience to its laws and ordinances, temple works and good works. This stands in contrast to biblical Christianity, which teaches salvation by faith through Christ alone. Amen. Now, it doesn't mean there aren't some wonderful Mormon people. I have some friends that are Mormons. But if we love people, we should tell the truth. We should evangelize people. But there are many people running around saying, oh, I'm a Christian. I believe in Jesus. What Jesus? Are we talking the Jesus of the Bible or the Jesus of Mormonism? The Jesus of Mormonism whose kid brother was Lucifer? Come on. So here was a quick way to get an answer. Now you say, well, I want more on that. I'm glad you asked. Show citations, and look what you get. You get a whole series. You can go to it and learn about it. Mormonism, polytheism. Look at that. That's a video. Worldview Tube. Let's see where that goes. Worldview Tube. An article by my friend Jason Carlson, who I was just texting with the other day. His dad was Ron Carlson, an expert on Mormonism, and spoke for us on that topic many times. Here we go. Here's another one. What's this? Well, it's the same article. It's citing him again. All right. So anyway, there you go. And there ought to be in there, Logan. Maybe, Logan, we could add it. I thought for sure Ron Carlson did a whole show for us on Mormonism. I thought we have one with Ron. We got to see if we can get that into there, into the citation. But that was just one question. All right, let's ask another question real quick. This is a brand new, just launched. It's available to you. I've been demoing it to you, but you weren't able to use it. Now you are at worldviewtube.com, bottom right-hand corner. Let's see. What is transhumanism? Are you ready? What's transhumanism? Now it's searching. It's going through our 36-year library. Let's see. Transhumanism is a philosophical movement that advocates for using science and technology to improve human condition and guide human evolution. It aims to enhance both physical and cognitive human abilities through technologies that can improve longevity, cognition, and well-being. Transhumanism emerged in the 20th century and has its roots, has its roots in the Enlightenment's emphasis on empirical science and critical reasoning. At its core, transhumanism seeks to take hold of the evolutionary process and shape the human species through the direct application of science and technology. Some envisioned post-human or neo-human traits, including highly advanced intellectual capabilities, physical bodies immune to disease and aging, the ability to communicate complex thoughts instantaneously, expanded sensory inputs, superhuman strength and agility, perfect control of mental states, and increased capacity to experience both positive emotions. Transhumanism also makes broader promises, such as humans will soon acquire heightened capacities through pills, genetic engineering, or medicine science, or medical science, and that adherents may eventually achieve indefinite life extension. A key concept in transhumanism is the singularity, an anticipated point in history when scientific advances become unstoppable, enabling humans to fundamentally recreate themselves. And you say, what are the citations on that? There you go. And then you can start finding these programs and listening to them and learning from them. So again, this is just two questions we've asked. Now, this is all going off of our 36-year library, isolated and quarantined, so you don't have to worry about any leftist ideology creeping in. This is only coming from our 36 years of radio shows, TV shows, ebooks, audiobooks, national conferences, and more. Okay? So check it out. Available tonight. It's available tonight at worldviewtube.com, bottom right-hand corner, okay? And now, before we get going, I want to show you real quick, worldviewtube.com/sponsors. Worldviewtube, no, not that. Worldviewtube.com/vault. That's what I wanted. Worldviewtube.com/vault, because that's going to show you now. Now we have a new membership levels because of adding Worldviewpedia, which cost us a lot of money to run. Every time someone asks that a question, it cost us money. So you're only going to be able to ask so many questions, and then you're going to need to join the vault. So you get it at a basic rate. You can get the premium vault monthly, $19.99 a month. Premium Vault, $19.99 a month, which gets you a lot of usage of Worldviewpedia. It also, coming in September, as we start launching 22 new channels. Do we have those, Logan, or do I need to bring them up? You can grab them. You got my graphic? 22 new channels that we're launching that will be for premium members only. Because what we're doing is we're taking a lot of our content from our vault and we're going to stream it to different channels that are on Islam. I'm thinking about adding one on exposing communism. I'm thinking about adding a 23rd channel exposing communism. I mean, it's 36 years of content. We have no problem. Logan doesn't know this because I've not mentioned this to him, but we got to get back to filming more house-to-house programs. And I think I may have found a faster way to film more house-to-house programs, which I'll share with you later tonight, Logan. But anyway, look at all these great 22 channels, and there's going to be more coming because I'm already thinking about adding a 23rd, which is a channel that just does nothing but refutes communism and socialism. But these will be 22 channels available for premium vault members. Look at that. We're even starting one on technocracy. We got plenty of programming on technocracy just to program a 24/7 channel. We've got plenty of programming on Islam. Expose that. We got plenty of programming on Bible prophecy. We got plenty of programming to do fast facts on false teachers and show you all kinds of programming that's from our archive, as well as new programming. So make it very easy to watch these channels with various topics. That'll be available to premium members only, plus expanded greater use of Worldviewpedia if you're a Vault member at $19.99. $19.99, okay? We're also going to be doing some specials, Logan. We're going to be doing some specials soon for Vault members, that the premium, where I'm going to start doing some live programming for premium members only. Live, where I don't know what time of day we'll do it, but where we can get in there and do programming and take their calls and blah, 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 but it'll be for premium members only. You like that idea? Are everybody hearing you? Is everybody hearing that?
Now they are.
Now they are.
What we really should do is do live Zoom calls where the Vault members can join and come on with you.
I like that idea. So anyway, we're going to be doing a lot of things, but already there's a lot there. As we announced tonight, brand new premium Vault membership that's going to be quite amazing, which includes a lot of usage of Worldviewpedia. So please go and join, because this is a big, big, big way to educate yourself, equip yourself, answer questions of other people, be a better thinking individual, and also a great way to help us so we can continue to push out this kind of programming for you. Again, it cost us about $100,000 over a year to develop this Worldviewpedia. Very complex to do, very complex to do. Talked to a guy, as I've told you before, who's an VP of IT for one of the largest corporations in the world. He said, Brandon, I've watched guys throw $500,000 at this, and it doesn't work in the end. Well, praise the Lord, we only had to spend $100,000. 25 to 30,000 of that was transcription and transcoding. And at the end of over 12 months, thank the Lord, it works. I've been on pins and needles the last 12 months, but I was willing to take the chance on this after, our IT guys, he's proven himself. He kept telling me, I would ask him, is this going to work? Is it going to work? Yeah, it's going to work. Why are you asking me that? Of course it's going to work. I'm like, because I've been told that a lot of people do this and it doesn't work. No, it's going to work. Well, you just saw it. So praise the Lord. Worldviewtube.com/vault. Become a premium member now. And then don't forget about going to worldviewtube.com/sponsors. Worldviewtube.com/sponsors. All right? All right. I want to get underway right away with my next interview. I pre-recorded today with Sarah White, who was just, we're going to play a lot of video of her at Ceuta in Spain. Watch this. Joining me now is Sarah White. She is over in Ceuta. This is this country we've been watching. It is being flooded with illegal immigrants. I wonder what percentage of them are Muslims. Let's talk to her. She joins us. Sarah, thanks for making time for us today.
No problem at all. How are you?
I'm great, thank you. Will you tell our audience a little bit about yourself? We'll also promote your Twitter feed, because you're putting out a lot of videos. So I want to put that up there. But tell our audience about you, please.
Right. So I'm a single mother of 3 older children, and I go around protesting predominantly in the United Kingdom, and that takes me around Essex, London, Manchester, Northern Ireland, and I stand up for the safety and protection of just people that deserve to be in our country. And I stand up against these undocumented, sexually charged fighting age men that our government seems to be welcoming in so freely. And they're welcomed in along with these woke liberal white females predominantly, and they're the ones that are feminizing our men at the same time. But they're a massive problem to the United Kingdom and the West. So
you're basically the female version of Tommy Robbins. Tommy Robbins said.
Tommy Robbins said.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you could say that. Obviously, Tommy's been doing this a lot longer than me, and he's got a massive platform. But yeah, both of us fight for the same thing. And I took myself off to Ceuta, and I decided to show the truth. I'm fed up with mainstream media continuously pushing one narrative. And immediately as I got there, you could see that as we was driving along, there was thousands of these men. They stood out like a sore thumb. They was in groups, large groups. A lot of them was dripping wet because where they'd swum in the sea. They had no shoes on. They was dirty, and they just don't look as evolved and developed and civilized as far as I'm concerned. And
I love your bluntness. I love it. So tell our audience, where are you right now? Have you made it back home?
I've made it back home. I come back. I've not been back long because the situation is still carrying on there. However, there is a lot more army presence now. The shame of it is I spoke to army personnel's senior members, and they said it's heartbreaking for us because we've been told that we're not allowed to use brute force. When this happened in 2021, they was allowed to use brute force, and it stopped within a day. And this has now been going on for a long time. This was all orchestrated. The King of Morocco had Throne Day, where he released some of the worst people from prison. These was terrorists, murderers, rapists, and basically they was the ones that all headed through the border. There was around 60,000, potentially more, that come across. And there was two types of people that come across. There were those that just joined on because they didn't really understand what they was doing. They thought they would just go for a couple of days, have a couple of pictures, cause destruction and carnage. You can see the state of the beach. The sea was full up with rubbish. And it was terrible for the locals, to be honest with you. And then you had the second lot of people that are incredibly determined. They've got one thought process, and that is to get into Europe. And geographically, Ceuta is Africa. And this is where the misconception with a lot of people, they're saying, it's in Spain. Yes, it's Spanish sovereignty. However, it's on the tip of Africa. And they were shown social media videos for days, even weeks leading up to the attack and the illegal invasion from on mainstream media platforms saying that the border would be open from 9 o'clock in the morning until 11 o'clock that night. And they said that they wanted people en masse to break into Ceuta. And it was devastating. And as you can see there, mainstream media portrayed this as they are poor, innocent people fleeing a war-torn country. Morocco isn't war-torn. I think it's 67th on the list. It's not a third world country, although that you look at the people and think they are third worlders because they don't know how, basic
basic hygiene.
Yeah, basic hygiene, and I'm fortunate enough that I could talk to a lot of these men. Now,
wait a minute. Let me stop right there. How could you talk to them? What language do they speak?
There was not many of them spoke English. However, there was the odd few. And I believe that they thought that I was going to somehow promote them into Europe. And I believe that they thought that I would be able to speak on their behalf. And because the mainstream media was all wanting to paint them as these poor little innocent people. However, where are all the women? And they leave their women behind. They don't have the same respect as we do in the West for our culture, our traditions, our history, anything like that. And they have one thought process, and that is to get into Europe and even to America. America is seeing this as well. It's an attack on the Western world, and it's extremely worrying. But I felt that I needed to be there because mainstream media continuously push one narrative, one agenda. They don't tell the truth. They constantly paint these people as that they're civilized. I mean, look at that. How many women are in that group? And there was thousands of these men.
How many of them are Muslims? What percentage are Muslims?
I would say probably all of them.
Wow, that's what I thought.
They were saying, whenever they did speak to me, they all said, Allahu Akbar. So I think that paints a pretty good picture. And they believe that if they stay there for 7 days, that then they will be given passage into mainland Spain, which then allows them to travel the whole of Europe. And
by the way, how far are they swimming? How far is it from Morocco to Ceuta?
To be honest with you, you can walk across the border. It's probably It's a matter of 100 meters, the border. There's just a hard border on Ceuta's side and the Moroccan side. And it just was that the border didn't go far enough out into the sea. So they're not really
So
swimming
they're just
a lot.
swimming around it. They're just swimming around it.
Yeah. And usually there would be, army personnel there. This was all pre-planned.
Now, let's stop right there. Pre-planned. Because they want to blame it, acting like third countries, is the victim. But did they not invite this? Did Spain not invite this?
Definitely. Spain 100% invited this. Obviously not every resident within Spain, because the people of Spain are furious. But this is their politicians. They're just as corrupt as the ones that we've got in the United Kingdom. They're openly welcoming in these invaders, and they are sexually charged fighting age men. And yeah, okay, I was able to interview them, but let's face it, there was plenty of army there and plenty of police. And if one of them had attacked me, they would have then probably opened fire on them. So they're not going to risk that. So I used the opportunity to actually interview some of these, the ones who could speak English. And then I took myself up with a couple of people who I knew that I traveled with, and we went up to into the cemetery. And the cemetery is on the hillside. It's in the mountains, and the cemetery meanders through the hillside. Now, when we got into there was hundreds and hundreds of these men. And the reason why they use the cemetery is because obviously you've got taps there with water, continuous flow of water. So they was able to fill up their bottles. There's shade there for them. So they're hiding out in the cemetery. But what the left or the woke liberal people don't want to promote is that these people are in these cemeteries of people's loved ones, and they are jumping on the graves. They are, there is human feces everywhere now, because that's what they're doing. They've got no toilets to go to. And then we walked through there, and it was quite worrying, really, to see the amount of people that are there. But isn't it ironic that in the main town, where it's a very affluential area, there was no invaders? Because what the mainstream media, local authorities, government officials made sure that there was army personnel at every entrance into the main square to make sure that these men couldn't be seen on the mainstream media news channels.
But I did see on the mainstream media some of them breaking into apartments or buildings.
Yeah, so that was shown, I think, on the first couple of nights, depending on what mainstream media channel it was. However, most of our mainstream media channels are corrupt as far as I'm
I don't know
concerned.
that I saw it on the mainstream. I saw it on social media. Here is one of your interviews. We've got a couple. I think this is you. This is her, right, guys? Okay, I think this is her. Correct us if it's not, but I think it's you. Here we go.
Yeah.
Are you part of the protection?
Yes.
Are you protecting your village?
Yes.
Of the is this where the migrants were breaking in? Here?
Yes.
Were they climbing in?
Yes, we with hosts.
And so you guys all protecting your village? And why are the police not doing it?
I don't know, but I think the government.
Yes.
He said can pegar the people there.
But the government can protect the rich areas. But they're not protecting here.
No, the center, but in this
but why do they protect the center and not you?
I don't know.
But you're Spanish.
Yes.
That you live here.
Yes.
Why are they not protecting you?
I don't know.
But that's the question you should be asking. Why are you protecting the fancy, the rich, and not people here? You deserve. You shouldn't need this.
You should.
You shouldn't.
The police should protect.
Yeah.
The army.
The police should be doing this.
The army.
Yeah, the army should be doing this. But well done anyway, well done. You stay safe.
Man, I feel sorry for that young man.
Yeah, so that was a local, and there was so many of the locals, and they had taken it into their own hands to protect their local community, because unfortunately the rich areas were the areas that were being protected, but the local working class, ordinary people were just left to fend for themselves. And they was seeing the people off. I mean, he was really young, that guy.
Yep. Let me go to another one of you. And by the way, folks, this should be a lesson to you. I've tried to tell you this, my audience, for years and years and years. When this crisis hits in the U.S., your local, state, and federal government will not be there for you either. Okay. Many of them have already been taken over by the Muslims. The police chiefs are Muslims. The city council are all into the whole cultural Marxism, kumbaya, let's get along, sing the Barney song with the Muslims. Of course, those are the people that end up getting murdered, like the poor lady that was trying to help the Afghans. And when they ended up, one of them killing her and stuffing her in a suitcase. We've reported on that this week. Of course, we know the poor folks on October 7th in Israel. Many of them in those kibbutz were providing jobs to those Palestinian Muslims who then came over and murdered them and did what they did. Isn't it interesting, these people that think that you can find common ground are the ones that end up being the victims eventually. And so I'm telling you, when it comes to America, unless you have a really good police department that stands on principle, the Constitution, the rule of law, if you don't have that and you have people that have gotten into power at the local level, the city council, the county commission, kiss your fire department, your police department, your sheriffs goodbye. They will carry out that political correctness and they will not help you. In fact, they will probably serve you up. If you live in too rich of a neighborhood, they will serve you up, because as the bourgeoisie, you're going to get what you deserve from the proletariat. And if the proletariat Marxists on the street, those are the useful idiots and the cannon fodder. If they have to be used to take out the bourgeoisie, they'll use those street fighters. But up above will be the Marxists, the Islamists that have gotten into power that now oversee the police department. So you need to be watching all this, folks, in America and realizing when it happens, if they are able to help you, they will be unable to do it. There's only so many to go around. Many of them will not be there to help you. They will serve you up because they have infiltrated at the local, state, and federal level. We have people in our community that are playing patty cake with the Islamists and helping them build gas stations left and right, okay? And this is in the Bible Belt of Tennessee. So trust me, some of you living in Wisconsin, Michigan, other states, Minnesota, you're in a far worse situation. If we have this going on here in the Bible Belt, what do you think is going on where you live, right? Here she is, again, Sarah, interviewing someone. Let this be a lesson to us here in America, what's coming, because they're just a little bit ahead of us, folks.
Okay.
It's fucking slavery.
And so you've come from Morocco into Fouetta.
Yeah.
And then where do you want to go from here?
This day I try to be safe these days, this week, especially this week. I try to hit in mountain and forest. Yesterday I slept in forest.
Okay, so everyone is trying to hide in the mountain and the forest?
Let's see after 1 week what they do with us.
The government?
Yeah.
So you're hoping that the government of Fouetta, Spain, will then take you to the mainland?
Yeah,
Is that what everyone is hoping?
Yeah, it's a dream.
And how come so many people how come so many people come at the same time? There was thousands.
So videos. They saw videos, and they opened
the gate,
the border. They opened the gate since the 9 of morning. My friend entered 11 o'clock at night. More than 12 hours and the gate open.
So what Ale is saying to me is that they've come into Fouetta because the gates and the border was opened from in the morning. Yeah.
And I studied until the university. I finished my university 3 years.
Okay. What did you study?
I studied private law.
Oh, private law.
Private law.
So yes. you're educated. Yeah.
Bad education in this.
Bad education. So education. So even Errol is saying to me that the education in Africa is not a good education. That's okay. You stay there. Okay. So the army are coming now.
So film this.
They are.
See you.
Oh.
See you in the.
Bye-bye.
You made a friend. You made a friend, but he saw the army and he bolts. Now, you said Africa, right? So some of these people are from Africa.
Yeah, well, it's obviously it's Morocco. So, and even where we are geographically, it's all Africa. So, but these people from Morocco, I believe some of them have traveled up through Africa, rest of Africa as well, and gone into Morocco.
Yeah, that's what I was getting to. So they're not like from Morocco. They've come from deep into Africa, up there, and now invading.
I believe that there is, because obviously you had people invade into Melilla as well, which is also another Spanish sovereignty occupied place, another city of Spain, obviously connected to Morocco. And I think they got it pretty bad as well, to be honest with you.
What was the goal here? This was invited, right? What is the goal here? What is the government of Spain trying to do here? I know in America, we have our crooked politicians under the Biden regime that lowered the border, let them all in, because they wanted many of them to get on the social welfare system and to collapse our economies, known as the Cloward-Piven strategy. It comes from a husband and wife at Columbia University. He's dead. She's still living. She's got to be. Look up Frances Fox Piven. She's got to be approaching 95 years old, 90, 95, maybe close to 100. She's 93. Yeah, she's still living. And the Cloward-Piven strategy, they did this into New York City years and years ago, was to overwhelm the welfare system, to collapse it. Then they can justify nationalizing things and socializing things. And that's what's going on here in America with letting our borders down, number one. Number two was to get these people here and then get them as citizens, amnesty, and get them to voting. Number three was the NGOs, many of them tied back to politicians, get these NGOs making all kinds of money with the United Nations and different groups, and a big money thing, dumping tons of money through the government, DHS, into the NGOs. And of course, some of that then I think gets kicked back to the politicians. So it was a big money scam. I mean, there's so many things to be said here. Then you have, of course, the desire to bring them in here to disrupt our way of life, to de-Christianize the West, to take away our history and our heritage. You know, the Marxist strategy, demoralize, destabilize, chaos, and then the new norm. Then you create all this chaos, and then you say, well, the only way to really deal with all this is to get everybody a biochip so we know who's here. Then people can go back and forth, but we don't want people double dipping if they're on social services. So to make sure that's not going on, we need everybody biochipped. And they use the crisis to justify the globalist agenda, the World Economic Forum, and all these other people. Why do you think Spain, and I think that's what's going on here in America, and Donald Trump's kind of locked a lot of that down, but why do you think that is going on in Spain? Is it the same agenda there?
It's exactly the same. Exactly the same. They're all playing into the WEF, WHO, and it's a direct attack on Christianity. And they want to destabilize the Western world. And at the end of the day, we need to stand up. When people think that it's not going to come to them, let me tell you, it's coming, and it's coming rapid.
Oh, yeah.
Because our governments are welcoming this. Yep. And our government, our politicians, they're so corrupt. All they care about is lining their pockets. But at the end of the day, when you welcome in third worlders and you get third world problems, they're going to be wiped out too.
Yeah. Let me go to another clip of you. First of all, I have to say, I just met you, but you're very interesting. First of all, what's with the hat? Ice. I mean, what's with the hat? I think that's hilarious. You didn't have your head turned far enough for me to see the E till the very end. I'm like, is she really wearing a hat that says ice? And finally, you turned your head enough for me to pick up on the E in the other clip. You are funny. Okay, so why are you wearing the ice hat? I love it.
Do you know what? I was at Turning Point last year in Arizona, and I had the privilege of meeting some of the ICE officers there, and they was giving out other hats, replica hats. Mm-hmm. And I was chatting to the agent, and I said, oh, can I have one? And he went, oh, sorry, we've run out. And I said, well, only because I was talking to you. You've given them to everyone else. And he went, I've got something better for you. And he reached into the truck and he gave me his hat.
So that's an official ICE hat.
Yeah. And
does anyone else know? Do those people know about ICE when they see your hat? Is anyone saying anything?
Well, I don't know, but I wear it because I like to be incredibly provocative.
I know.
And really
I know you're being provocative. That's why I like you, and I just met you. I have to also say I find it very much. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm knowing media, doing media as long as I have, I know when I pick up on someone's style and what they're doing and why I don't know why they're doing it per se, I can guess, but I picked up on several things in your clip. Number one was the ICE, okay? So I'm like, she is provocative and I love it. Two, you've got your makeup on, okay? You've got your makeup on. I'm noticing you got your eye makeup on, you got your lipstick on, and then I noticed your fingernails were done and perfect. So you're sending a message. You could go out there completely dressed down, leave all that at home, but you are branding and you are sending a specific message. And I think I know what some of it is. Tell me more about this.
My message is a bit like, well, we on the right, I believe, can look pretty and be intelligent and be groomed and look nice and be provocative and speak the truth. And we're not these, what the left would like to portray us as idiots who have got no education and can't string a sentence together. I think that's further from the truth, with myself. And I like to show that, with the ICE hat, I think it's a bit tongue-in-cheek, and I'm standing in the middle of these thousands of men, and they have no idea that the hat that I'm wearing represents sending them all back. And it pisses off the left as well and the mainstream media, because all of them was furious with me.
But you're also feminine. You're also feminine, and that is what I picked up on with the makeup. Your dress, your demeanor, your nails. I'm like, this is not somebody who is rejecting her femininity. She's out there doing her job, but she's also embracing her femininity. And I think that's part of your message.
Definitely. I believe that, myself, I'm all for being a woman. And I believe only women can be women. Men cannot be women. But in this being serious and all of that, I believe I'm quite old-fashioned. Men have a role to play and women have a role to play. And if we allow each other to play our roles properly, then society will be a much better place. Women try to dumb men down and make them be feminized. However, the problem with that is if we're going to go to war, we need men to protect us.
Yep.
At the end of the day, these woke white liberal females are the problem, because they continuously go to HR and continuously put complaints in about a man who might have just said, "Morning, beautiful. Hope you're having a lovely day." Oh, alarm bells, get him sacked. We don't want anyone like that, misogynistic. Like, God forbid someone pays you a compliment. And I just think that we need to get back to a time when we could be whistled at because we're beautiful. And I'm not a feminist, but I am feminine.
Yeah, I love it. See, and I don't know how much you've studied the cultural Marxists. But the cultural Marxists, the Frankfurt School, came to America in 1933. They wanted to destroy the American male. They openly talked about it. They wanted to destroy a patriarchal society, replace it with a matriarchal society. Then they wanted to go to not male, not female, but a general humanness. And so they said, we're going to go after the American male first, masculinity, because they knew once they took the dad out, the father out, the protector, the provider, the country was easy prey. And now we've seen it. And that's what I was picking up on. Look, you and I just met. We're just now talking. But when I saw the hat, I thought, okay, now I understand why she's bothering to go out there with her makeup done and her nails done. She is sending a message about her femininity, and it is thwarting the whole concept of there is no male, there is no female, we're all the same, it doesn't matter, just a blending of humanity. And you're actually out there as a strong female, but still embracing traditional values. And it's showing in your, and again, I don't think most people would pick up on this, but I do because I watch people, particularly people in media, what it is they're sending. Because most people have done media long enough, they know what they're wearing, they know what the message they're sending, and they are sending a message if people will look. And so I kind of knew what you were doing, but the more you talk, it just reinforces. It's not just an appearance, it's rooted in a philosophy, and you are countering that Marxist philosophy, which wants to destroy male, female, the distinction between the two. And it's brilliant. I love it because you're actually fighting for what is at the root of really a Christian worldview, that God created them male and female. And now we start talking about what is a family, what is the function of the family government, civil government, church government, local churches, because these are the institutions God created. And right now what you're seeing is once they destroy families, then what you're left with is now governments being destroyed. And the governments are now using their position not to reward the righteous and punish the wicked, but to now destroy families and overrun families with crime and rape and looting. This is a war on the institutions God created. Would you agree with that, Sarah?
100%. I couldn't agree more. It is. They wanted to break down the family unit by allowing women to have the vote. This wasn't because they all of a sudden thought, oh yeah, let's give women the vote. We feel that they really need the vote. It was so that they could then ultimately get us to go out, start paying taxes. It split up the husband and wife. You know, the wife would be at home being the nurturer and the caregiver, and the husband would be out being the provider and the protector. All of a sudden, if you've got the wife going out to work as well, you're taking her away from her children, where she should be molding them into great adults, you know, molding them as they're going through their stages of life. And unfortunately, you're sending babies off now as young as 3 months off to nursery for somebody else to look after your child and their tiny brains as they grow up with woke ideology. And I totally disagree with it. I want to go back to a time. I blame feminists. I now have to work, run my own business because of feminists. They didn't actually think about what was going to go on in the future and how it was going to strip and break down the family unit. And this is why we've got such a high percentage of divorce. I'm probably, you know what, the governments, and with that view of that they wanted to break down the family unit, I believe that they would have been happy that I split up with my ex-partner and I brought my children up on my own. What they didn't take into, you know, or grasp was that I'm a real woman who can respect my ex-partner and know that he is the father of my children and give him full authority of my kids. And we've brought them up correctly with the right work ethic and the right morals. My boys know that you must take women out and spoil them and treat them and open the door for them and have chivalry. And my daughter knows that she's there to be protected by her boyfriend. And I think that this has been lost so much across, unfortunately, the Western world. And we do not want to turn up or turn out like the alternative, women wearing burqas. I mean, it's absurd. Just going on a couple of other things that I've done that have been notable throughout my time pushing the boundaries. I walked through a 96% Muslim area, or predominantly Muslim area. It's in Whitechapel in East London. And I walked through that in just my underwear, sprayed pink, holding the Union flag.
Wait a minute. I think you're in one of our documentaries, and you got confronted by a bunch of women wearing burqas just showing their eyes, right?
I think that might have been in something else, but that particular one, so to walk through as a woman with just sprayed pink from the neck down in underwear, holding the Union flag in a Muslim area, I mean, that really pushed the boundaries.
And what was your goal in doing that? What was your goal?
Well, my goal was that if we're going to be in an area that's going to be predominantly Muslim and they tell their women how to dress and how to act and whether they can leave the house, you know, it would mean that, okay, I'm not going to make habit of walking around in my underwear sprayed pink. However, what it done was it pushed the boundary and said, we're going from one end of the spectrum to the other. Do you really want to have it at a time when we have to cover up completely? We only have to have a look at what happened in Iran in the 70s. Women then, it was like London. Women wore mini skirts. They had big fancy blow dries. They had their hair, like their nails done, their hair done. They looked incredible.
And we've shown the pictures. Looked like New York, New York.
Yeah, and men and women socialized together. They went to university together, and then all of a sudden, what happens? The left get in, funded by terrorism. Terrorism takes over, and then you've got the regime. And basically, that's down to feminists. That all come about because of feminists doing a good thing, what they set out for initially, and then it going way past and causing such a problem that they end up getting, you know, forced to be something that they once fought against. And it's terrible. And I think that, you know, people need to look at history, because history has a terrible way of repeating itself.
Doesn't
and
it,
that's
though?
what's happening.
Here's the next
really
clip.
does.
Here's the next clip from your trip.
Hi guys, so I am here at the border, and there was two borders. There's one on the side of Ceuta and there's one on the sides of Morocco. And isn't it funny, or ironic really, that mainstream media are all here and they are all painting the same picture. They're showing that the Moroccans are being brought back and going peacefully back to Morocco. However, what they're failing to show you is that the amount of these Moroccans that are still up in the mountains, because you've got two types of people that come across. You've got the ones that just joined on for a bit of fun, and they've come over here, took a couple of pictures, and they are going back. But then you've got the serious ones that are heading to the rest of Europe. They don't want to stay here. They know if they stay up in the mountains and in the shanty towns that they will literally, they can stay for a week, and they believe, they've told me themselves, that they believe that they will then be, by Spanish authorities, taken over to the mainland, and that is where then they can cross into the rest of Europe. But isn't it ironic that you've got mainstream media all here and they are all painting the same picture, that all of the Moroccans have gone and it is all peaceful? Well, let me tell you, there is something very different going on here. Like we know, guys, mainstream media and authorities all paint the same picture across the whole of the world.
And before I let you go, Sarah, and we want to stay in touch with you, I'm hearing people say that Israel was behind this. Israel did this. Can you believe that? I mean, you've been on the ground. Have you heard that going around on social media?
Yeah, I have heard that going around. And obviously people were saying about what Netanyahu said because of what Spain had said recently, that there was going to be repercussions. However, I think this is a little bit more, Spanish government needs to be held accountable for what's going on. And I believe that even though they say the Moroccan king is their enemy, I believe that they was working alongside him and social media on that particular side. How was they shown videos, all of these invaders? They've all got phones, and they've been shown on social media that they needed to all congregate at the same time on the same date, and that the borders would be opened and there wouldn't be as many personnel to stop them. You know, so this has been orchestrated. Who knows who's really behind it? I have heard them rumors. I just think that I believe it's our governments across the West that are the problem. Obviously, I've got great respect for Donald Trump. I believe that that's why our own politicians in our countries are just hate on him all the time. And I just hope that I always hope that Trump could come over to England and be our prime minister. You know, he's got the connection with his mother was
his family is from there. Oh yeah, his family. Oh, absolutely.
You never know.
All right. Will you stay in touch with us where's your next place to go? Do you know yet?
I'm not too sure yet. I kind of wait for news to break, and I'm always ready to just leave at the drop of a hat. I will be in Arizona for Turning Point later on this year.
Okay, we're planning on having someone there and probably having a booth there and doing interviews. So we'll have to have our team interview you there too.
Amazing. That would be amazing. But I'm always up to mischief. I'm always pushing the boundaries. And like you said, with the makeup, it was quite funny because I went across to Ceuta with two guys, and the guys were like, "Come on, Sarah, we're leaving now." And as they turned around, I'm applying more makeup. And they was like, "For God's sake, like, she's about to be attacked and she's applying makeup." So yeah, I had a good time. I love exposing the truth. I actually shut Sky News down in Belfast recently because there was an attempted beheading by one of these invaders on one of their locals. That he was stabbed in both eyes.
We covered that.
Nose cut off.
Yep, we covered that.
I shut Sky News down, and that was a pretty big hit. To be fair.
He was actually helping that guy, and then the guy turned on him.
Yeah, and then thank God one of the locals run over and hit him with a hurley stick.
How long before these do-gooders realize you cannot help these people? They don't care if you help them. They will still come after you. I mean, that guy was supposedly helping him. Then we have the lady that's helping the Afghan people, and she ended up dead in a suitcase last week. Now we have, obviously, October 7th in Israel. These bleeding heart liberals need to understand you cannot help rabid animals and think that they're not going to bite you.
And you know what another problem is? It's continuously the people on the right are having it's men, women, and children. It's all of us that are vulnerable. However, we're having a lot of women that have been murdered, that have been sexually assaulted, they've been raped. But the left, there've just been cases recently where these woke white liberal females are going to help these men, and they've been found out for having sexual relationships with these men. So they're giving it up to them on a plate. Because, and I put it out recently, the reason why they're giving it out to them is because no one in their right mind would take a second look at them. So, you know, it's unfortunate. It's us, the women on the right, that are most vulnerable. So, yeah, I've got a real issue with woke white liberal females. They are the bane of my life, to be honest with you.
Well, then let them get on your local HOA and look out. I don't know if you know what HOAs are in your part of the world, but homeowners associations.
Yeah, I know.
Sarah, let's show her X account. So if you guys want to follow her, there it is it's Sarah White Truth, at Sarah White Truth. If you'd like to follow her, she has a lot of videos we didn't have time to get to that you can go and see a lot of her reports. You've seen some of these we just showed you. But look, there is Tommy. Did Tommy retweet some of your stuff?
Yes, I'm good friends with Tommy. After I got arrested last year for holding up the Union flag, he had me speak on his stage, and since then we've become good friends. And I was in Washington the same time as him, and then I went on to CPAC. I really tried to come over to America as much as possible.
Well, let us know when you're back. We've had Tommy on several times, and he's supposed to be coming on again next week. So you will be part of our conversation next week.
Amazing. I love Tommy. He's a great guy, and you know what? Hats off to him for all that he does. He's really puts himself in the firing line, and he gets verbally attacked all the time and physically attacked. And I've had it now. People are starting to notice who I am. I had a guy follow me in Belfast International recently and tried to follow me to an area that I was on my own and get abusive to me. Little did he know that I actually have got bigger balls than most men, and I won't put up with crap like that. So, he got a piece of my mind.
Yeah, Sarah White, don't mess with her. Sarah White, thank you for being with us tonight.
Thank you so much. It's been an absolute privilege, and I look forward to speaking to you soon.
You can count on it. Thank you, Sarah. Sarah White checking in. We'll be right back.
Take a look at the water you just poured. It looks clean. It tastes fine. But what's really in it? Lead, fluoride, arsenic, chlorine, pesticides, PFAS forever chemicals, pharmaceutical residues, and bacteria. Every single day, these toxins flow straight from your tap into your glass, into your family. It's time for Sentry H2O from Worldview Water. Sentry H2O is the ultimate water treatment technology, designed to remove harmful toxins, balance your water's pH, and enrich it with essential minerals like calcium and magnesium, the way nature intended. From commercial scale systems to whole house filtration to crisp, delicious drinking water right at your kitchen sink and shower, Sentry H2O delivers cleaner, healthier water everywhere you need it. No plumber, no tools, no plumbing knowledge required. Perfect for homes, apartments, rentals, RVs, refrigerators, and more. Because everyone deserves access to clean, healthy water. Visit worldviewwater.net. That's worldviewwater.net.
Joining me now in studio is Courtney Turner. Courtney, welcome back to the broadcast. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much for having me.
You were in town for an appointment, and we got the privilege of having you come on over to the studio.
Yes. Yes, that was the silver lining of the appointment.
Yes, silver lining. Glad you're here this evening. All right, so let's talk about a couple things. I want to talk about Jack Posobiec, this character, and his statement that I'm not a capitalist, he said the other day. Yes. I want to dive into that because you and I both believe that MAGA has been completely infiltrated. President Trump is getting, I think, some really bad advice on a geopolitical level, too, his foreign policy. But before that, on radio today, I talked about the fact that America is really at a real tipping point here, that the Democrat primaries are going on tonight. And obviously, we're really watching to see what happens in Michigan with this guy that's running up in Michigan for U.S. Senate, who we think is certainly Democratic, Socialist of America aligned, Islamic aligned, et cetera. The Marxists and the Islamists are really gaining steam in America. The anti-Semitism is ramping up, which is causing many people on the right to side with the Muslims now, which is
amazing,
isn't it? And the timing of all this, which a lot of it's being funded by our enemies, Russia, China, Iran,
yes,
I think Qatar, et cetera, right?
Yes.
So the timing has to be discussed. But I talked on radio today that we're really at a tipping point when you consider the Revolutionary War in America, the Civil War, and now we're at this third tipping point for the survival of the country as we know it.
Yeah.
Is that an overstatement?
No, I think that's pretty accurate.
And Annie Cyrus and I were talking last night that we're really going to know the future of the country in the next 26 months. The next 2 months will give us an idea with the midterm. So, I mean, guys, here we are. Today is August 4th, right? So we got August, September, October. So we're really two months away from the November election, 8 weeks.
Yeah.
So you had 24 months to the presidential plus the 2 months now. That's 26 months. 26 months from now, we will know whether America is going to survive as a free society or not.
Yeah.
Based on what happens 8 weeks from now in the midterms, and then what happens in 2 years at the presidential election. So we got 26 months to know what's going to happen. In the meantime, we have these Marxists and Islamists being elected who are talking about ending the police, opening prisons, doing away with the Supreme Court. So would you agree that America is now at this third stage? What was the Revolutionary War, the Civil War, and now the stage we're in now, this battle going on right now?
Yeah, I don't know what we would call this battle, but it definitely looks like America's on the precipice of possibly no return. Yeah, I think there's several things going on. We have, as you mentioned, there's the communist Muslim infiltration. We've talked a lot about the technocratic kind of coup. It might be a way to word it. At least that's how it feels. I think that's a very significant as well. And then there is this where you have so much deception, which you could probably speak to from a biblical perspective. But I think that's what I find really frustrating is I'm watching a lot of people who think they're fighting for America. And they're, in my opinion, being very much led astray and very deceived. So you have all of these, because we have these parties, the political parties, people have kind of, I always make the joke, it's not really funny, but, I describe political parties as like shiny wrappers that are marketed to target audiences. So people start to wear those wrappers. They buy the jacket that says Republican, the jacket that says Democrat, conservative, liberal, whatever it may be. But essentially, it creates these alliances and ways for people to be fighting each other. But they all seem to be leading us very far astray from an actual constitutional republic and the founding principles and the founding metaphysics that our country was, based upon, and what our Declaration of Independence set out to do, and what it was founded upon, what it codified, and that was supposed to be what the Constitution is the legal extension of. And we've gone really far away from that. So that's what I'm seeing is that you've got all these people who will, they're grasping, because I think they sense that there is so much turmoil and that we are at a really crucial point. People always say that, right? This is the most important election ever.
Right. But it is.
But I think so. And I think so people, I think they recognize that, whether consciously or not. But they're thinking that attaching themselves to these alliances is going to somehow save it. But I think they're wearing shields it's kind of how I see it. Mm-hmm. So underneath the shield is a Trojan horse.
So the question is, well, let me put it this way. For many years, I've been using this phrase: the globalists are letting the junkyard dogs off the leash. The globalists are letting the junkyard dogs off the leash. And I'm talking about them letting off the Marxists and the Islamists to destroy the westernized countries, right? And then after they create the chaos, they're going to come in with the solutions. Biometrics, tracking.
That's right.
The deal with the extremist on either side, right?
Yes, that's right.
I'm very concerned that there are those in the MAGA world that are either they are provocateurs that have been sent in, or they're just very, very naive, foolish people. But whether they've been sent in or whether they really believe these things, the bottom line is they're saying things,
or they've been incentivized.
Yeah. So is it the MICE strategy?
The MICE, yeah.
Which stands for
money, ideology, coercion, compliance, ego, and then I usually like to add the F for like family ties.
So they've either been coerced through the MICE strategy, or so whatever their motivation is.
Yeah.
They've dragged things into the conservative world, the Christian world, the MAGA world now too, obviously. Yeah. And they are saying things that are going to fall into fulfilling what the globalists want, which is to say that the extremes on either side are the problem, the right. And the left. Or using the right hands, the left and the right, as people, my right, my left. For those on television, it's obviously opposite. Yeah. But you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
These people have been sent in as provocateurs, or they've been incentivized, or they really believe it because they're foolish, whatever. But they are saying and doing things that will say, okay, our problems are the Islamists, the Marxists, but also the people on the far right, the nationalists, right?
Yep.
Is that what's happening?
I think that's absolutely what's happening. And then they're selling you that we're going to have a participatory democracy. This is what I was talking about with the AI World Society America 250 series that I did. Interestingly enough, they call him Sandy, but Alex Petland is one of the founders of this AI World Society. He's one of the signers of their declaration, which is, all the words, it's polysemy, so it's all the words that sound like our declaration, but all the meanings have been hollowed out. But he coins the term, he didn't coin it, but he uses the term social physics, which I think is fascinating because Auguste Comte was the one who coined sociology, but before he named it sociology, it was called social physics. And this is what the whole Saint-Simon, I'm mispronouncing it in French, Henri de Saint-Simon and Auguste Comte, who was his secretary and disciple, that whole framework is what Engels, as in Marx and Engels, yes, coined the administration of things, which is technocracy. It's scientific dictatorship. And so with this now with Sandy, Alex Petland, who is part of this AI World Society that now rebranded as AI Wisdom Society, and is in partnership with Boston Global Forum, Michael Dukakis. They're doing America at 250, so for our 250th anniversary, a beacon for the AI age. But what they're targeting us with is how, because there's so much trouble between the, all the factions, that we could have a true participatory democracy because our system is failing. And so we need we're not a democracy. So this is already false advertising here. The solution is false advertising, but this is what they're selling us. And of course, the solution is going to be AI. And you see this not just from them, but that's a huge one, because it is a UN centennial agenda. But, you see this from a lot of the libertarian movements. The United Independents. I had written an article on this too. I called it the technological age of Aquarius. It's basically about the third way. And this is what you're seeing from people like the United Independents, Andrew Yang. It's not left, it's not right, it's forward. And they're all vying for something very similar. They have different names for it: liquid democracy, quadratic voting, conviction voting, but it's all AI. Yeah, but it's the common good. Yeah, that one is slightly different, but it's similar concepts.
It's the third way idea.
Yes.
Thesis, antithesis, the ideas merge for a third way.
But it's because the two extremes. We can't have the extremes.
You can't have them.
But so you lose hope in all of the institutions altogether, in the whole system altogether. This is what I think I've talked to you about also the Trust Foundation. That's their whole premise. We can't, because of the post-war World War consensus, post-World War II, all the trust in the institutions are failing. And
but
so
isn't that what the Biden, the whiplash we got from a Biden administration to a Trump administration?
Yeah.
I mean, talk about extremes, right? Yeah. The Biden administration going after people, MAGA people, pro-life people, moms at school board meetings, knocking down the doors of people, hauling them off in the middle of the night for just things where you should have just contacted their attorney and said, come in for questioning or whatever, locking people up for so long without their day in court, all of that going on in the Biden years. And then you come to the Trump years and it's just this reaction to the opposite end, which some of the things they're doing we would agree with, right?
Sure.
But how do you have this extreme? And yet Biden failed, right?
Yeah.
And now we're finding out about Fauci and what he was lying and saying.
As if we didn't know he was lying.
Right,
He's been lying his whole career.
Right. But then you go to what is supposed to be the solution and the opposite polar opposite. And now, unfortunately, Trump is failing, right?
Yeah.
So it's almost like the globalists have said, we're going to give the American people Biden. And then we're going to give them Trump. And what they're going to see is Biden or Trump, neither one of them is the solution. Neither of those groups.
This was the article I read, The Trap with Two Doors, right? We have the two sides. And this is, I called it kind of like Russiagate 2.0 was the subtitle, because that is typically what they do. If we remember the whole Russiagate scandal, I mean, there was actually foreign interference, but they created so much fear that it's like, you become desensitized to it, right? And so then you don't look at what's actually happening, and it's just the pendulum swing back and forth. So people are drawn to both sides, but they end up in the same place. And I think that's what we're seeing now.
So the Biden years didn't work. The folks didn't get what they wanted. Obama didn't give people what they wanted.
Obviously,
right?
yeah.
So, but Obama didn't do it. Biden didn't do it. Trump didn't do it.
Or maybe he did. Hope and change. He definitely gave us the radical change.
Yeah,
right.
He
said he wanted to fundamentally transform America.
Many of the people that said they would never vote for someone like a Trump after Obama, they voted for Trump the first time around. Some of them voted for him the second time around because the other side didn't deliver, right? They didn't get what they wanted. Many Black Americans came to vote for Donald Trump that would have never voted for Trump, but because they didn't get what they were promised under Biden or Obama, they voted for Trump, right?
Yeah.
Biden. So what I'm saying is it's a psychological setup. Yeah. You get Obama, you get Biden, you got Obama, Trump, Biden, Trump, and none of it's worked.
Well, but I think the important thing is none of it is getting us closer to restoring the Constitution.
Correct.
That's what we need.
Right.
We don't need extremes on either. We need constitutional restoration.
But their solution is we don't need the extremes on either side. What we need is technocracy.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
That's what's going on, right?
That's what it looks like to me.
And of course, I don't know how far down the road they're going to...
And we need technocracy because our system is too flawed. It's too far gone. It's already failed. So that's how they convince...
It failed on the left. It failed on the right.
Exactly.
So convince the American people to let a neutral system take over.
Yes.
I.e.
the trusted infrastructure.
AI.
Yep.
Now, the question becomes, do we go to a monarchy as... Curtis Yarvin is calling for, where you have a stronger presidency? I frankly don't know that that's going to be acceptable because I think Obama, I think Biden for sure, but I even think now Trump, with his failures on a geopolitical level, these guys are shrinking the presidency.
Well,
would you agree?
I would agree, except that I don't think they're not talking about a monarchy in the sense of a one-person dictator. They're talking about the guy who's going to consolidate everything and have it be run by all of these. It's like a corporation now is using all these AI tools. So they see the CEO as like kind of the CEO of the tech company that's now going to manage the technate, not so much as like
the president.
Yeah.
So what would they call him?
Well, they call him like a tech startup CEO.
Yeah, but
well,
what would they, if they remake our system in America, it would no longer be Congress or the judicial branch. So you wouldn't have be a technate.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't have your judicial, legislative, and executive branch. You would probably end up with more of a North American Union and merging the countries together. And then who would be in charge? Who would it be? One individual, one CEO that kind of,
or I mean, the way it looks like it's heading is maybe a committee. I mean, the way
North American Parliament.
The way it looks like it's heading is it's corporations. It's like the ones who they may have the theory of having it be run by committee or be run by some sort of like a CEO startups kind of a figure, but the way it actually looks in practice, I'm seeing you've got an AI empire and you've got these corporations who run the AI.
Right, I get that, but who are they going to sell it to? If they sell it to a North American region like Canada, Mexico, and America, who are they going to say is really running it? Because we've discussed before that some of the George H. Bush people wanted to go to a parliamentary system.
Yeah.
So are they going to put in a parliamentary system because all Mexico, America, and Canada, we're all collapsing, right? We're decreasing militarily. We're decreasing economically. The days of America is going down. We are not at the golden age. We are the Titanic and we're sinking. And I know they can sell it, but we're at $40 trillion debt, $29 trillion with unfunded liability of Social Security alone. Then you add in all the other unfunded liabilities. We're over $100 trillion. The dollar is dying. Japan just got bailed out by, I guess they're going to get bailed out by us. They've been buying our debt, but now we're going to help them out, I guess. This is just one domino from falling, which knocks it all down. And then they have to go to something once we have this global reset. What will that something be? We're going to go into unions. And then with the power of like Canada, Mexico, and America, a North American Union, and together we can all be strong, with our economy, because now we're bringing in all the assets of all three countries. Cheaper labor, you got the resources of Canada. Is that what they're going to do? And are they going to justify it with a parliament? But really, behind the parliament are standing the corporate leaders that are really running everything, or the central banks.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think Pax Silica is indicative of where they're trying to
What is that?
head.
Tell people what that is.
So Pax Silica is in a U.S.-led infrastructure, which the name, Pax is like Pax Americana, Pax Romana, Pax Britana is the idea of like the age of peace with that nation. So it's a kind of a peace-led pact. But really, I think a more accurate way to think of it is like hegemony. So it's there, but with this, it's not in terms of, they do phrase it as kind of like a defense military infrastructure, but it's with silicon. So they're setting up, but this sets up not just the AI but it's with the compute, obviously land, because it's the, where everything's being shipped through, all of the supply chain infrastructure. So it's actually controlled a lot. It's the compute, the AI, the rails, all of it. And obviously land and materials, the raw materials to make the chips are going to be part of it as well. But you've got, I think, 24 countries who are part of it already. And I do think it looks like, Patrick and I have done several shows and he's written several articles, I have as well, on this. And we're in agreement that it looks like it was done to box China out, although they need China because China has all the minerals for the chips. So I think it's a way of creating leverage over China. It's strategically very smart, but I think that's part of how they're planning to assert some sort of technological dominance and infrastructure, because everything is done through trusted rails. So which trust in, technocratic managerial terms is about scoring and metrics and rating. So it's permissions, essentially, permissions and denial. It's not trust like you and I build trust and we earn, through a rapport, we earn each other's trust. It's not relational. It's technocratic. And that seems to be the infrastructure that's being set up.
Which means then who really will hold the power will be corporations.
That's what it looks like to me.
Central
and
banks.
Yeah, and public-private partnerships.
Which is your communitarianism.
Yes.
Okay, so this brings us to an interesting point, and that is we played this, and we've been warning about Jack Posobiec. There's something about him from a spiritual standpoint that really creeps me out, gives me major red flags, even just his appearance. And not many people do that, but there are a few, just their appearance causes like some kind of spiritual radar to go off.
Oh yeah,
in my mind,
I actually
in my being, that there's something to be very aware of this guy, and not in a good way. In my theological,
I met him in
spiritual
person,
opinion.
and I didn't recognize him, and he was so like offended. And
you've met him in person?
Yeah, and I was being introduced, and I just didn't recognize him, and I said, "Oh, hi, I'm Courtney. Your name?" And he looked at me like. I mean, the daggers. He was so offended.
Because you didn't know him?
Yeah.
Well.
And so I think it was Seth Dillon who introduced me and told me his name. He didn't even tell me himself. Wow. He was so offended.
Now, what is his relationship with Turning Point USA? Do you know?
Other than they bring him in as a speaker.
Logan.
Yeah.
Logan, what's Jack Posobiec's relationship with Turning Point USA?
Does he have an official relationship?
Yeah, does he?
Now? I think he just comes
just a regular guest?
Like a speaker. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we played this the other day, and this is kind of what I'm getting to when I talk about, here he is, I think he's on Turning Point USA when this is being played, but this is what I'm talking about when I talk about MAGAs kind of being taken over and being, we have this
being infiltrated.
Anti-Semitism rising within MAGA. We saw that, right? And then now we're seeing this idea that, hey, I'm not for capitalism. Well, if you're not for capitalism, what are you for? Are you for the public-private partnership? Are you for communitarianism?
Well, he claims he's a Christian. He said, I don't think we should use the country capital for the country.
That's not Christian.
Yeah.
But of course, the guy is promoting, he's holding his rosary up. He's saying all kinds of things on social media that is not even.
He's essentially promoting Leninism with a cross on it.
Wow.
The veneer of Christianity. That's what it looks like. I mean, Bannon actually said he retracted it later. Bannon wrote the foreword for his book.
Steve Bannon?
Steve Bannon wrote the foreword for his book, Unhuman, which classifies people. Which to me, in my opinion, that's not a very Christian thing.
Well, I haven't read his book, but I know he's on social. Logan, what's some of the stuff he said on social media lately? Like Jesus was a Christian? Yeah. Can you show that? Of course, is this guy so...
Well, he actually
I just got to make clear. Jesus, the church didn't come about until Acts. Right?
Yeah, I know.
Jesus said, I must go so the Comforter can come. So Christ ascends into heaven. Then we have the disciples become the apostles, and they lay down the foundational doctrine of the church. And then we have the arrival of the church and the day of Pentecost and the filling of the Holy Spirit and the beginning of the church. And yet he's saying Jesus was a Christian. I'm like, okay.
He was Jewish.
He's Jewish.
Yeah.
And of course, the church didn't start. It's kind of like, again, saying Abram was a Christian or Abraham was a Christian. I mean, it's like...
It didn't exist at the time.
Or calling people during the tribulation. They become Christians. And I know people make that mistake. But the church, if you believe in the pre-tribulation rapture, the church has been removed. And what the scriptures and Revelation refer to them as saints, or we call them the tribulation saints. These guys don't even seem to understand basic theology. Did you find it where he said that, Logan? I'm looking. He's looking. But while he finds it. But I mean, he's saying the craziest stuff out there on social media. Does he really believe this, or is he being provocative? In your opinion?
I don't know. It seems like he believes it. But I honestly don't know. What I do know is that there seems to be, I can't prove that there's some sort of, that they're plants and they've been, placed there. But there does seem to be a circling of wagons, if you will. Like I said, Bannon wrote the foreword for his book, Unhuman. And you say
he withdrew it?
No, he wrote the foreword.
Okay, what did you say about he withdrew? What are you talking about?
Oh, he withdrew his statement. Bannon, I think it was back in, 2013 in The Beast. He said that he's a Leninist. He said Lenin wanted to do away with the state. And he agrees. He's like, I'm a Leninist.
But he's now withdrawn that statement?
He's now recanted that statement. I think, but my opinion...
You have all that documented?
Yeah, we do have documents of that. I think I might have sent that to you. But he claims he withdrew it. My opinion is that he's withdrawn it now because it's not politically expedient.
Mm-hmm.
People are catching on. And people are catching on. So I wrote an article about Meet MAGA's favorite communists, and this was about Christopher Rufo. And I think they're aligned. They certainly, there's much reciprocity and cross-promotion between them. And Rufo and Posobiec are both saying we need to use their tactics. And so Christopher Rufo essentially said that Gramsci should be like a herald of the right, that we should
Antonio
be using.
Gramsci, for those who don't know, is an Italian communist, for Pete's sake.
Who later they coined the term, Long March through the institutions, which
greatly influenced the Frankfurt School, which are the cultural Marxists.
Gramsci
So if you're worried
himself
about
didn't
doing
actually
what's
say
Christian,
that, but yeah.
you really think it's Christian to follow the philosophies of Gramsci? I mean,
That's what I'm saying. And he's Posobiec and is also, affiliated with with Doug Wilson. And
Doug Wilson is the Calvinist, Reconstructionist, Dominionist type.
And he was...
which is tied back to Pete Hegseth.
Yes, exactly. He was... I don't know what his position with Claremont was, but they gave him like a big position with Claremont. Claremont, Haywood has created that SACR, which is basically like a secret fraternity. They have lodges, and that Doug Wilson is involved with one of those lodges.
Well, here is Posobiec. We played it the other day, and the reason we're playing it again is we're trying to make the point that MAGA has been, I think, hijacked and has been steered into the ditch. And whether it's the anti-Semitism rising.
Well, there's several factions. I
Yes,
think we
there
can
are.
go through each of them, but if you want to play the
Okay,
clip
here we
first,
go. Here we go. Let me plug in the audio so people can hear it. Here we go.
Like what? So then we need to.
What's the
shame
solution?
Them.
The solution
We are
is MAGA.
capitalists.
The solution is nationalist populism.
No.
Actually do it.
What is the solution to getting Kevin O'Leary not to do that? Take it away from him. To shame him, make sure that you can't post
Yes,
it on
shame
social
him.
media.
Absolutely.
But
He should absolutely
we
be
are
shamed.
capitalists.
100%.
We are fundamentally pro
I'm not a
somebody
capitalist.
spending their wealth.
What?
Pro
I'm not a
somebody
capitalist. I'm not a capitalist. I'm not a capitalist.
spending their wealth how they want to spend their wealth.
I don't think we should center our country around capital. I think that's not
Pro
I'm not a
somebody
capitalist.
spending their wealth. Pro
I'm not a
somebody
capitalist.
spending. Pro
I'm not a
somebody
capitalist.
spending their wealth how they want to spend their wealth.
I don't think we should center our country around capital. I think that's not Christian.
Like what?
Capital. Well, that's very interesting because what does the Bible say? The Bible says you gain wealth over the course of time through the sweat of your brow, putting your hand to the plow. He who does not work shall not eat. Isn't it interesting in the Bible? And the Bible has so much to say about money. Money is not the root of all evil. It's the love of money. Money, again and again in the Bible, is tied back to work. And what is money in the Bible? It's described as gold, silver, cattle, houses, and land. And what do you have when you combine those? Work. Because silver, you don't just walk around and pick it up. You have to dig it up out of the earth. You have to mine it. You have to refine it. You have to purify and get off the drudge from it and the garbage around it and have your purified commodity, whether silver or gold. In some parts of the world today, it's very dangerous to go and get it because it's in a third world country run by dictators. And you might cut a deal with them and start mining. And then after you spend a bunch of time putting up all the infrastructure for mining and you strike it, they come and steal your mind because you're in a third world country that doesn't respect the rule of law. So for a lot of companies are like, do we put our capital at risk to go do that? But notice again, what is tied to making gold and silver valuable? It's tied back to work. I mean, we don't trade seashells today because you can walk on the beach and pick them up. There's no work really involved, right? Same thing with cattle. It takes work to have a cattle program and to feed them and to raise them and to care for them and to slaughter them and to prepare the meat.
I think the word is stewardship.
And isn't that what we were told in the garden? We weren't given dominion in the garden. We were given stewardship, as you say. And even before the fall, they were to work and tend the garden. So work is not a curse. People often say, well, we have to work because Adam and Eve sinned. No, they were working and tending the garden. And the Lord God worked 6 days and then he rested on the seventh. So work is not a curse. Work is a blessing.
Absolutely. And, Zuja, I did a review of the Odyssey. It was really more a commentary on the foundation of Western civilization and how an adaptation would deracinate us from the roots. But what it made me think of is our civilization is obviously derived from the ancient Greek. And, we've talked before about the Declaration of Independence and the concept of eudaimonia, which the founders took up with pursuit of happiness. But part of eudaimonia in the ancient Greek is this concept of archekia. And that is the concept of self-sufficiency of the home. And it's this idea that in order to have eudaimonia, which is human flourishing towards virtue, you have to have the self-sufficiency. And this is what the oikos, the household was all about. And I think that we've gotten so far away from understanding that concept because, as you said, the love of money, the idea of focusing on the hyper focus on just the material transaction, that's completely removed from any kind of stewardship, is, I think, a huge part of the problem. So it's not, he phrased it, the capital. That's not the issue. The issue is that we're so removed from any kind of stewardship. And I think this is an interesting concept, too, because you have a lot of people talking about Elon Musk's universal higher income and how that's essentially communism and how people are going to be, so depressed because they'll have no meaning in their life. And what we're missing is that meaning doesn't come from a paycheck. Meaning comes from the stewardship, feeling like you have built something. You built something for yourself, for your family, for posterity. And I think that's the
Bible says that a righteous man leaves an inheritance for his family, and that's spiritual as well as, I think, monetarily. Sure. He says, I'm not a capitalist. I don't think we should base it on capital. Now, capitalism is the pejorative of Karl Marx. We would maybe refer to it better as the free market system. Right. But in the Bible, you see that free market. Work and reward. Right. Work and reward over the course of time.
It's the fruits of your labor, right?
Right. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not covet. Private property. Private contract. That's all part of the free market system. Mm-hmm. So if you're not for that, Jack Posobiec, then what is it you're for? Dana Lash, right below that, where that was posted by somebody. I don't know, this was posted by whoever this is. Yeah, and then right below it, Dana Lash comes in and says, he's just confirming what we already knew about him. This Addie says, he's a moron. Jack Posobiec, another person says, is a fake conservative. Yeah, I mean, he's simply not a conservative at all, says another person. And then, of course, people are saying, what is wrong with Turning Point that they humor this complete idiot? Wake up. We're not stupid. There's no way Charlie Kirk would not repudiate and distance himself from this. I mean, I know it calls for speculation on your part, but why is this staying inside TP USA? Why do they not just distance themselves from these kind of people? What's your opinion?
My opinion?
I know it has to be an opinion because I don't think you're in the meetings, are you?
I'm not in the meetings. So, I have a theory on what Turning Point is doing. And this is really pure speculation. So, yeah, we'll frame it as just an opinion. I think it's a data collection operation, to be quite honest. This is not an assault on Erica. I'm not playing the, dialectical theater game here. But her mother does run a company that's called E3 Tech. Erica herself said that that's the reason they moved from Ohio to Arizona is because her mom had contracts with DOD, Department of Homeland Security, and so that's why they moved to Arizona. But this company, I actually have the screenshot. They intentionally scrubbed it, and I know it was intentional because they blocked robot.txt, so you can't get it on the Wayback Machine, but I have the screenshot. And it used to say, now it's very kind of like whitewashy, just do cybersecurity. That's their claim. There are those videos, I haven't dug too much into it, so I won't put too much weight on it, but, of Erica doing CIA cybersecurity videos. But the company used...
You have that?
Yeah, I can get it for you. Yeah.
What is it?
There were videos that she did, like some presentations on cybersecurity that were apparently CIA affiliated. So I haven't verified all of that, but I have seen those videos come through. I know her company is cybersecurity. I can.
Whose company?
Her mom's. That I can. It's called E3 Tech. That I can vouch for, and I can show you the former screenshots and what they've changed the company to. But the former screenshot used to say that what their specialty, this is what they were marketing to, their company marketing was about, that they could do cultural, linguistic, and human terrain systems. Human terrain systems is what Stanley McChrystal wrote his book on, Teams of Teams.
The former general.
Yes. and also the one who was who did that whole defeat disinfo campaign using AI to target Trump supporters. But yeah, so they were advertising that that's their specialty. Now, Human Terrain Systems was shut down in 2013 by the American Anthropological Society because they deemed it unethical. Essentially, it was reminiscent of like Operation Phoenix in Vietnam. But so my theory, to take all that in the background. So my theory is that they've got all these chapters that are now open, and all of them have apps. Like the Student Action Summit has its own app. Like every single one of them has their own app. So I mean, it's a huge opportunity for data mining. And they have now, John Mappin has the whole TPUK, so they're doing it over in Great Britain as well. So it's not just here. And it's a way of, so I think there is an element of, some sort of data collection operation.
Interesting. Let me go to another clip. Yeah. This is Dave Rubin interviewing.
Again, that's just opinion based on,
Yeah, your opinion based on what you've seen. All right. Here is Dave Rubin interviewing Jack Posobiec. Here we go. Listen.
All right, because you mentioned God, and part of this conference is how do we take traditional, say, religious conservatives, how do we take the disaffected liberals, how do we take the libertarians, how do we take the Trumpers and the whole thing, and can we piece this freaking monster, this Frankenstein together? Do you think it can hold? I mean, that really has been the theme here. It's what I think is the future if guys like us are going to survive.
Well, what it is that there is a Frankenstein's monster, right? And it's Kendi's monster, and it's critical race theory monster that I think everyone from these various different nodes and factions and tribes have all realized is just kind of screwing everything up. And so, I think that on one hand, you've got like a conservative Catholic like myself, who would say, all right, we need to end this. But you might also want someone in the room to be able to say, all right, but we don't necessarily want to institute a Catholic integralist monarchy in the United States. Let's stick with the pluralism. Let's go with the rules of the road. And I say, all right, fine. I'll concede that for now. For now.
All right. So the question is it's a serious question. Is Jack Posobiec a Jesuit? Is he Jesuit trained? Where did he go to school?
I don't know, but he was.
Logan, can you look up where Jack Posobiec? Did you find his tweet about Jesus?
He was Navy. He was Navy.
Get on the mic.
It was about Adam and Noah. Here.
Oh, I thought I for sure saw one where he referred to Jesus as a Christian.
Jordan Peterson posted with regards to Judeo-Christian, the Ten Commandments are Jewish. The great stories of the Old Testament are Jewish. The Jews developed the idea. Blah, blah,
this is Jordan Peterson.
That's Jordan Peterson, right?
He said this is not what Christians believe. And then in replies, he said, Adam and Noah were Jewish. He responded to Abraham, or was Christian.
Adam was a Christian. Moses was Christian. David was Christian. Well, wait, but that's not quotes from him, is it?
This is right here. Adam and Noah were Christian.
Oh, wow. Okay, so he never said Jesus was Christian. It was Adam and Noah.
Not that I can see.
Okay.
Which is also.
But then again, if you have a dissension coming here,
I'm not following.
They follow the line.
Yeah.
Right? I mean,
I'm a little confused.
Yeah. But
he went to Temple College.
He went to Temple College.
But he was naval. He was naval intelligence. And here's what's interesting is that
I'm back to the question: is he Jesuit or Jesuit trained?
I know. I don't know.
If you want to, what did he say? We'll concede not having the. Let me go back to it.
Catholic like myself, who would say, all right, we need to end this. But you might also want someone in the room to be able to say, all right, but we don't necessarily want to institute a Catholic integralist monarchy in the United States. Let's stick with the pluralism. Let's go with the rules of the road. And I say, all right, fine. I'll concede that for now.
Okay, for now. But Georgetown, go to Georgetown, the Jesuit University of Georgetown. What's their logo? It's an eagle with the cross in one talent and the world in the globe in the next, and of the two, one in Latin. And we know that for how long have the Jesuits, Logan, check my memory here, will you? Were the Jesuits founded in 1540?
That sounds right.
I think the Jesuits were founded in 1540. And their goal really has been world domination. Mm-hmm. So dominionism. Everybody wants to rule the world, as the 80s song says, right? The Muslims, the Jesuits, the New Apostolic Reformation, the Dominionists.
The order was founded in 1534.
The Russian?
What was it?
1534.
1534. What happened in 1540?
In Paris, and officially approved by the Vatican in 1540.
Thank you. That's what I was.
What happened?
It was officially approved by the Vatican in 1540.
Oh,
The
okay.
Jesuits.
Yeah. Well, I know he seems to be a disciple of Bannon, who is
He's got all kinds of Catholic garbage behind him.
yeah. And
Right on his isn't that all kinds of Mariology and all kinds of stuff behind him?
That's what, yes, it's at least the veneer he's wearing. I mean, he seems to be a traditionalist.
Well,
which
you know,
is
a lot of
more-
people like Chris Pinto and others say that the CIA was modeled after the Jesuits.
I've heard that. Yeah, I don't know. But they're both Navy intelligence, and Jack Posobiec actually had his clearance revoked for his social media behavior.
Oh, really?
And what's interesting about that is then he was still able to go on that defense plane with Hegseth overseas. And that's kind of strange when he had his clearance revoked.
Can you bring up an article showing that his clearance was
I
revoked?
had sent that to you. Yeah.
I was looking for the article on it.
Okay.
So just to prove it, so we have everything up on the screen.
Yeah, of course. Pretty sure I did send that.
If Logan, you ought to have it in the emails. And so the question really is how many of these people are either Jesuits, Jesuit aligned, Jesuit trained? I don't know. How many of them are from the intelligence community and they're sent in?
There's definitely Russian connections. I mean, he posted those 28 tweets from Stormfront, which is like a former, it's like an IRA offshoot, which is Internet Research Agency. People seem to always think of Irish Republic Army whenever I say that, but it's not. It's the Internet Research Agency, which was actually disbanded in 2023, but they decentralized, so they have a bunch of offshoots. And he amplified 28 tweets from them. There was another organization that he also amplified that was also Russian linked. And then there were the Macron leaks that he amplified. So, I mean, there seems to be some sort of...
So at least, I think it was Trevor Loudon the other night said these guys, Bannon, Posobiec, seem very friendly with the idea of Russia.
I think so. That's, or at least if they're not wittingly, they're very useful. So they're being amplified because they're useful to the Russian agenda. I mean, even just their narratives very much are. You know, they're... And
then you have him saying this is the Republican accountability. Jack Posobiec at CPAC. Let's play this.
Yeah.
Listen to this.
All right, welcome. I just wanted to say, welcome to the end of democracy. We're here to overthrow it completely. We didn't get all the way there on January 6th, but we will endeavor to get rid of it and replace it with this right here. We'll replace it with this right here.
Amen. Okay, what is he holding up in the air there, guys? Is that his rosary again?
We'll replace it with this right here.
Amen. All right. It seems like he's holding up his rosary again. Okay, so we're going to overthrow democracy, which they didn't finish on January 6th. And I was tweeting out on January 5th, don't go to, it's still in our archive, don't go, this is a trap. I tweeted out the night before, I thought January 6th was a trap.
Yeah.
Don't go.
Oh, yeah. My husband told me that. I unfortunately did not listen. But
Oh, you went?
I did.
Where were you?
Like
On the ground? Where? Where?
Oh, yeah. I was like right up front.
But you never got a knock on the door, huh?
I was terrified. I know somebody who was like part of our group who did, and for months they hounded her. Yeah.
Wow. But you didn't go in the building.
No.
So
I had personal issues that day. I did not make it over there.
So I want to know what are they talking about? Let me play that clip again.
All right, welcome. I just wanted to say, welcome to the end of democracy. We're here to overthrow it completely. We didn't get all the way there on January 6th, but we will endeavor to get rid of it and replace it with this right here. We'll replace it with this right here.
Wow. Well, if that's indeed the rosary, that's not the first time he's done that. And this really brings up the question, which really is, what is it they want to replace it with? Now, I'm not in favor of democracy as defined by the progressives, which is the majority rule, the 51%. Our founders called democracy the devil's own, a volcano. It always commits suicide, mobocracy.
Yes.
We're a constitutional republic.
Yes.
So I
So
know
it's already, it's already like a false premise. That
right.
he's,
So I don't know when he says we want to overthrow democracy, maybe he's saying we don't want to go with what we have now, which is the mobocracy, the rule of 51%. So if that's what he's talking about, I can understand his lack of, appreciation for or desire for continuing a system based on the majority rule, because that's not what we're to be. We're to be a republic. But if he says, but we're going to replace it with this, if indeed that's his rosary, it comes back to the clip we just heard from him. Well, this Catholic dominated government type system, well, we'll give you a pass on that for right now. So the question is, who is pulling the strings? What are they going for? Who are they going for? A religious government? Because I'm coming at it from a biblical standpoint. Revelation chapter 17, verse 1 clearly is describing a world false church, a global false dominant church that rises in such power that the Antichrist uses it to gain control. But in Revelation 17, the Antichrist and his 10 world assistants finally turn and devour her and get rid of her and eat of her flesh and strip her naked. And the new system is built of Antichrist in charge. So you got to have a world religious system of some kind. What will that religious system be? And of course, who was promoting the ecumenicalism other than the Vatican with the Vatican Council II that was opened, I think, from 1962 to 65, which was about bringing the world's religions together. So is this about a convergence of the world's events for a world religious system under the guise of nationalism, under the guise of whatever you want to call it, these people want to call it?
Well, I'll say a couple of things. Certainly traditional Catholics would not support that. I know that Vatican II is a different story, but yeah, certainly they would not. I don't know that that's what they are, but I can't speak to that. But in terms of a world religion, I do think that he's very aligned with a lot of these Christian nationalists, and they're very much vying for a theocracy, which is Reconstructionism,
which is dominionism.
Exactly.
Which is the Seven Mountain Mandate, the New Apostolic Reformation, the false prophets and apostles.
Yes, which is under the banner, the veneer, exoteric veneer of nationalism, but he's really advocating. And I think even his comment saying that he's not a capitalist, which, yes, the term, it comes from Marx. So I think it could be phrased better. But I think he was being very pointed when he said that. And he said, no, I'm a Christian. So he's advocating for some sort of a Christian rule, which, again, is very aligned with what the Project Russia books are talking about and with what, Dugin advocates. A lot of what he says is very aligned with what Dugin says as well. I mean, even his books, Unhuman, actually has a lot of parallels to both Dugin and Project Russia, which I don't know for a fact, but Dugin seems to be a primary ambassador for this Project Russia. But of course, they would be advocating for it to be under Eastern Orthodox. What they're using, when you read the books, it's very clear that it's not out of a religious kind of a sentiment. I don't think Putin is particularly religious. It's a tool.
Yeah. Well, the Antichrist is going to use the false church and then to come to power and then destroy it, right? Hitler used the church in Germany, right? Yeah. The German Christians dissolved their denominations, right? United under the Reich bishop, handpicked by Hitler. I mean, that's notorious to use religion. Politicians love to use religious systems.
Of course.
And of course, the question is, are these people baiting people because they know religion appeals to a lot of MAGA people and a lot of Republicans? So are they using religion for authenticity purposes to say, look, I'm valid, I'm legit, I'm religious? Right. Why did the Lord perform miracles here on earth? He performed miracles not to attract a show or to put on a magic show. He performed miracles to validate the authenticity of who he was, that he was Messiah, God incarnate, had the power to do these things. Why does Satan the Antichrist carry out counterfeit miracles, signs, and wonders, particularly the Antichrist and the false prophet? Because they're trying to come and say, look, we're authentic. We are worthy of you to follow because look at the power we have. So what I'm saying is we know that Satan often uses those things to attract credibility, right? That's the whole issue of false prophets, false apostles claiming they can do all these signs and wonders, which most of them we know they can't, but people are led to believe they can. So look what they can do. They never take you to the Word of Faith rallies and show you the wheelchairs lined up in the back with all the disabled people. They never let get to the front. They only bring on the people that have headaches and migraines and back pain and stuff you can't verify. And they're, ooh, I'm healed. And they're dancing across the stage. Really? I mean, Little House on the Prairie, Michael Landon did a whole series on this, a whole show on this, showing this faith healer going around manipulating people. And it was a scam. I remember watching that as a kid.
Right.
Clearly Michael Landon was sending a message that he didn't tolerate the false teachers and, quote, faith healers of today. Can God heal? Yeah. These men, do they have the gift of healing? No. So, the point I'm trying to make is there's a long history of people using religion to try to validate their worthiness and being trustworthy, right?
Sure.
And is that what's going on here?
I think it's part of what's going on, but I think it's also because religion, people are so passionate when it comes to religion. So it's a great
Well, Marx called it the opium of the masses.
Exactly. So it's a great way to get people aligned, to get to divide and conquer. A lot of the infights, I think it's part of, I always describe, I outlined this in the Root and Fruit and partly in the Door to the True Trap Door, but there's a difference between like Nazi type of anti-Semitism and Russian is like a different flavor. And Nazis it's very much like it's almost pun intended, but religious. It's an ideological, very aligned with the theosophical worldview that we have
and
to
analyze it with AI.
Races,
Right.
Alice Bailey, Madame Blavatsky type of theory that somehow traditional Judaism is separate, and that's going to be the thorn in creating this world religion, the perennial religion. So there really was a kind of a belief system, whereas the Russian type is very operational. I mean, we look at I think the Protocols of the Elders of Zion is a great example because it was basically a forgery of a forgery. I mean, it was like based on a French satire and it was proven to be a forgery. But what you have now...
And yet it's quoted today like it's the real thing.
Yes, but what I call this target laundering. This is what I'm seeing is like this very sophisticated version of the Jewish question. And I do think that it's, again, I can't prove this is speculation, but if we look at patterns, it really has that Russian flavor of active measures. It's very similar to what happened with the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. So you'll have people who will say, oh yeah, it was a forgery, but look, it's playing out. So it's just that elite hidden hand. It's just, it's the Rothschild and they're Jewish. So somehow they move, it's this target laundering, but it always ends up being a way to point it at the Jews without saying that, they're anti-Semitic. And so they'll even say that, oh, I'm not at all. I'm anti-Zionist or I'm right? So they always have a way of kind of moving the goalpost, which does seem to be, this is, in the Project Russia books, they actually say this. They say, the Jews are the devil's children. And then they say, oh, but the enemy is not the Jews. So they play the exact same game. This is literally a quote from the Project Russia.
It's like someone saying, I hate Christians, but I don't hate God.
Right. Exactly. It's the same
right?
thing. Yeah.
But
you hear this from this is the Pasovics and that whole crew. And I do say crew because they seem to be all kind of, intersecting and working together. They all say the same thing.
Yeah. And by the way, while she was talking, I didn't even know she was going to bring up the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. So literally while she was talking, I went to Worldview Tube, went to the bottom of the page where it's Worldviewpedia, which now been launched. I put in, what is the Protocols of the Elders of Zion? Boom. There's your answer right there, folks. Okay. And then if you want citations, like where did this come from? You'll find it. Okay. This is Worldview Tube. Here we have Trevor Loudon talking with us, Trevor Loudon again with us. So again, this is the power of Worldview 2, because you're saying, I really would like to know what the Protocols of the Elders of Zion is, but can I trust the results that I get? Can I trust the answer that I'm going to get? Well, you can if it comes from us, because it's our own quarantine servers and database, and you can ask it questions and get an answer. All right, and so in closing tonight, the bottom line is, what we're trying to warn about is for people to be very discerning, because there's a lot of deception. Isn't it something the Bible says, be not deceived, be not deceived, be not deceived over and over. And yet there is so much co-opting and deception going on the right and the left.
Yeah, so I wanted to clarify. I had said Stormfront. I mixed two. It's Southfront is where he amplified the 28 tweets from that organization that was an offshoot of IRA. And then the other one is Storm 1516. And that was the one that was pushing that whole scandal with Tim Walz. And that was also apparently some sort of Russian disinfo, which was proven.
What were they saying about Tim Walz?
That he was involved in some sort of sexual scandal, and it turned out to be like a complete fabrication, like it was proven to be false. I think I sent that too, that quote. Sorry.
Well,
that
we
I
could do
didn't
this
get
forever,
yeah.
that's for sure.
Yeah.
But you agree. I mean, the reason we're having this conversation tonight isn't simply because we want to sit here and talk about these
No,
people. It's
yeah.
to warn people, right? To be what? To,
Yeah,
what's
this is
what's your
not-
challenge tonight?
So this, to me, and I try in everything, I try to be very disciplined about this because it's not about the people. People also can be deceived, and they say
It's about the philosophy.
It's the philosophy, it's the architecture, it's the structure. That's what I want people to recognize. A lot of, what do they say? The road to hell is paved with good intentions. So, a lot of times you have people who mean well and they think they're doing the right thing, but they are being deceived and they are being led down a bad path that is harming all of us as a result. So what I want people to recognize is that a lot of there's an architecture here, and this architecture is very far removed from our constitutional republic. When Posobiec writes a book that's called The Unhumans and says we basically have to eradicate this class of people that the Democrats are now granted he says the violent Democrats, but then JD Vance took it and said, oh yeah, we just have to purge all the HR. So he basically just made it anybody we don't agree with is put in this class of unhuman. And I am paraphrasing here, but I want people, it's not again about going after the individuals, it's recognizing what they're doing and how destructive it is to this country because it's completely antithetical. Our country was founded upon a Declaration of Independence that said we are all created equal and we are endowed with certain unalienable rights. And that does not mean that, if you're part of this particular stratification or if a certain technocratic infrastructure, a trust infrastructure deems you have permission. That's not what it means. It means that we are all equal, and we are all equal under God and therefore under the law because of the Constitution is supposed to be a legal political extension of the Declaration of Independence.
Yeah, and I'm
Dolly
sorry.
agrees.
And I'm sorry for whatever. Well, you should say for whatever reason, but you are very popular with Dolly. Ever since you come in the studio this evening, she has not left you alone other than for a few minutes, and now she's back. I don't know. Do you have dogs?
I don't. I grew up with dogs, and my mom has several dogs.
Well, she isn't as friendly with most people.
No,
only certain people. So you're obviously a very special person because Dolly thinks you're special. So there you go.
Special.
So it's maybe not really professional broadcasting like your dog accosts people, but she is our studio dog, and people are used to her. I apologize.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. So be aware, be discerning, because I think there's a lot of philosophies and ideas that are being brought into various camps, whether it's the evangelical church, the evangelical world, MAGA, the conservative world, the GOP.
Yeah. So
and now it's being dragged into the Democrat Party, which is the DSA.
Yes.
So both sides
are being infiltrated, very much so.
And isn't it interesting? They're both being infiltrated because what I think they really want is conflict.
Yeah, exactly. They want to push people to the extreme, exactly, so that you lose faith altogether.
Of the system, everything's collapsed. We've tried it; it's over. Now we need to go to a new system, and the new system they have ready to go.
Yes,
right. That's technocracy.
That is what it is. And if you look at, we were saying that MAGA has many factions, so it's infiltration from within, which is what Yuri Bezmenov talked about. But it is, interestingly enough, this is also what human terrain systems is, right? You infiltrate in certain blocks. Then it's when things are decentralized, it's actually easier to do so. When you have different factions, that's why they like factions, because they're easier to infiltrate and subvert from within. Actually, the Illuminati said this. They said that part of the reason they infiltrated the Freemasonry was because there were so many lodges. It would be easier
to subvert because they could infiltrate, in all these smaller groups. But we have so many of these different groups. They all seem to be overlapping. So we have this like post-liberal faction, within MAGA. JD Vance has openly said, I'm a post-liberal. So, completely antithetical to the Constitution. We have this, I don't know what you'd call it, but this seems to be this, they're kind of in that supersessionist vein, but they're anti-Semitic, but under that banner that, we don't need the Old Testament because, we just need Christ. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but I would say that he's the Redeemer, right? He comes to fulfill Genesis.
And he was prophesied in the Old Testament prophecies, fulfilled in the New Testament.
So what's a Redeemer without something to redeem? So how can you just do away? Yeah.
You can't get, it's 66 books. We're not to add to it or take away from it.
And then you've got the technocrat, the tech bros, who seem to be aligned with these Christian nationalists. But there's this interlap. There are all these different factions, but they're all like scratching each other's back from what I can see.
Yeah. If we don't have people like you and networks like this, people would be very confused, wouldn't they? And that's what they want. They want you confused because they either want to recruit you,
right,
and co-opt you, or they want to demoralize you so you drop out.
Yes, I see a lot of both. And then I think a lot of people who are confused, they're grasping straws. And so it's very easy to present something. And I think that's what they've done. So people like Pasovic and Christopher Rufo claim to be the Christian conservatives. And they're saying we'll use Leninist and Gramsci tactics to beat the left. And that's not... It's not American, and it's not Christian, in my opinion, either.
Voter fraud. We have to do the same thing they're doing.
Right.
Really? The right needs
we have to be them. We have to be them to beat them.
Right. No.
No.
Her website is, as you see on the screen there, CourtneyTurner.com, CourtneyTurner.com.
Yeah.
And as always, thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much.
We'll be right back after this break. Don't go away. Friends, this is Brandon House. For more than a year now, I've been teaching through the book of Revelation, and the response from you has been overwhelming. You've asked me again and again, when are you going to put this study in print? We want to mark it up. We want to share it with our families. Well, it's here. My brand new 2-volume commentary on the book of Revelation, verse by verse, chapter by chapter. This is not a watered down, allegorized replacement theology approach to Revelation. This is a literal, grammatical, historical study, the way the Lord intended his word to be read. And I connect the prophecy of Revelation to the headlines you're watching unfold right now, the rise of global government and the convergence of end-time events the Lord Jesus warned us about. Folks, we are living in serious days, and there has never been a more important time to understand what God has told us about what is coming. Get your 2-volume Revelation commentary today at worldviewstore.com. That's worldviewstore.com. Joining me now is Michael Weiner. I want to play a clip for you guys from 60 Minutes from a few years ago. Watch this, and you better pay attention, guys, because this impacts a lot of you. Pay attention to this, and then we're going to have Michael Weiner comment. Here we go.
The effects of the current economic crisis have touched everyone. Even if you still have a good job and a paid-up mortgage, chances are your monthly 401k statement will remind you that you've lost a good chunk of your savings. Alan Weir, who turned 60 this month, showed us his latest 401k statement, which he hadn't had the courage to open up.
I'm afraid. You're going to open it now? You want me to? Let's do it.
There's good reason for his trepidation. Nearly half of his life savings have vanished in a matter of months.
It went down again.
How much are you down overall?
About $140,000.
Do you think you'll ever get it back?
I'll probably never see it come back. I was looking to retire probably when I hit 62. I can't do it now. I'll probably be working until I'm at least 70.
Tell me about your 401k.
Does this answer the question?
This is what it was in 2005. 2007, you're down below 2005.
Right. Another one went down almost $40,000. One was 88,000, and then it went down to like 50. I'm sorry.
It's all right. Terry considers himself fortunate to have found part-time work greeting the bereaved at a funeral home and making lattes at Starbucks.
There you go.
Where colleagues young enough to be his grandchildren have taken him under their wing.
The 401k drop was tremendous, is tremendous at this point in time, and that's where the savings was.
Do you think you'll ever be able to retire?
I don't see that day. Can no longer see that day.
What kind of a retirement plan allows millions of people to lose 30 to 50% of their life savings just as they near retirement? David Ray, president of the profit-sharing 401k Council of America and a lobbyist for the 401k industry, says it's one that empowers people to make their own investment decisions.
401k is the absolute best way people can save for retirement. They absolutely are the best retirement vehicle we have.
How can you say it's the best available if it has let down tens of millions of people at the time they need the money the most? What are generally the quality of the mutual funds and 401k plans?
Mediocre. I'm be real honest with you. With half the funds on the list, really dogs, what people would characterize as dogs, shouldn't be on the list to start with.
There clearly has been a raid on these funds by the people of Wall Street, and it's cost the savers and the future retirees a lot of money that would otherwise be in their account, independent of the financial collapse.
And most of the people that look at their 401ks have no idea that these fees are being taken out.
No. Where would you find it?
There are legal fees, trustee fees, transactional fees, stewardship fees, bookkeeping fees, finder's fees, and the list goes on and on. You think most people know these fees exist?
I think they know that there are fees. They don't know exactly how large they are.
Why do you think the financial services industry is opposed to fee transparency?
I don't know that they're opposed to it. I think the issue is...
You don't think they're opposed to it?
Well, they want to keep...
You're a lobbyist in Washington, right? You know they're opposed to it.
I think that when a person has hit this point, and we've had this unfortunate situation, I don't think we can misrepresent what the possibilities are.
And the reality is that money's not coming back that they've lost.
They can't count on it.
Wow. Wow. Joining me now is Michael Weiner. Michael, thank you for being with us. What do you make of what you just saw?
Sad. It's very sad. You know, we sit here for years trying to warn people, and then we go up against the financial guys that tell us we're crazy. But at the end of the day, guess what? We don't have people with tears in their eyes when things go crazy. We got smiles on their face when things go crazy. We don't have people that sit back and say they're never going to be able to retire, because gold always goes back. And historically, if you sit on it for a long enough period of time and forget about it, it will always be there for you. That's why the founders made it a foundational basis for our country. What really bothers me is the fact when people go to retire, they tend to sit back and look at how much they're going to sit back and earn off these plans. So the greed factor comes into effect, and then the broker is going to sit back and tell you what the rate of these mutual funds are that they sell you. The problem is when mutual funds lose, they do not recover. The only way you recover is by staying in, and the amount of money that you initially bet on, the amount of money that you initially put in to that mutual fund is significantly less. So in order for you to gain what you lost and more, it's got to even exceed all that. And it gets to a point where we try to talk about balance. I talk about it every day with people, about making sure that we are there to offset what they might lose elsewhere. Because, you know, a client just asked me just minutes ago, what happens if things get worse? I said, well, let's talk about the worst times in our lifetime that we can remember. What are they? And she turned around and said 2008. I said, well, what did gold do in 2008? Your portfolio, these people that you're watching on this show right now, who said this, who are saying this, that woman had put a jerk on my heart when I saw that poor gal sitting there with tears in her eyes, watching her money go away that she never thought would happen, because nobody ever tries to tell you all the bad side. Nobody wants to tell you that. The reality is that one thing that has never gone to zero since before Christ walked the earth is gold.
Now, and I want to talk about that, though, in relation to the 401k and your retirement, because that's the issue here is.
That's exactly what I'm trying to get to, though. And by saying that in a retirement plan, it's of key importance to make sure that you're balanced. And if you have a portfolio that has a minimum 20 to 25% in gold in it, it'll protect your estate factually and historically against this type of dilemma. If your net worth was $1 million in your retirement plan in 2008, and you legitimately lost half of that money, which would be generous compared to some of the people who lost 60 to 65%. And that 750,000 is now worth 375. What did 250 in gold do in 2008? By November of 2011, gold, which initially was slightly under 500, would have gone up 400%. That 250 in gold, not on paper, but factually, was worth $1 million. You take the profitability, Brandon, out of your gold and compensate for your losses that you had in your paper assets and your stocks and your mutuals and your bonds and your annuities, whatever it might be. That's how it works. You don't need to sit back and put all of your money in gold, but if you fail to protect your retirement plans and what we've been talking about consistently on all this show, the new Clarity Act, the new financial system, the debt, what's going on, communists at the gate, all of these things, and you nonchalantly are not paying attention to protecting your retirement plan, you are going to be worse than those people in that TV show. I mark my words, you will be worse. If, in fact, everything was better on paper, why doesn't central banks buy it? Factually, they almost are like retirement plans in the first place. I don't see central banks of countries buying stocks, mutual funds, or bonds. They buy gold for stability. That's the problem with this. And I give that gentleman credit on 60 Minutes. It was a great show, expose, because though that thing, Brandon, that happened in 2008, we haven't learned. These guys are just as greedy. You watch that guy sort of mumble around when he was getting caught on various things he was saying. But we haven't learned. Those guys are just as greedy. None of those people, and I assure you, if they did a 60-minute show on the guys who sold all that stuff, they'd be smiling. They didn't lose a dime. Nothing.
So this, again, is why I want to go to Japan here in a minute, but this is why we're talking about, and again, I don't give financial advice, I give financial opinion, but this is why we're talking about people, particularly if they're in their 60s and 70s, being very careful because they don't have time to wait for the market to come back up. They don't have 20 years or 10 years, some of them. This will be a big problem for a lot of them. And so you're talking about the ability, thanks to President Reagan, putting gold into your IRA, where you have a physical metal gold with serial numbers. It goes to a vault in Delaware, depository, and it sits there, physically there. You can go see it, I guess, if you want to. And then if you want to take custody of it, you can pay the taxes and take physical custody, correct?
Correct. Absolutely.
And if you want to if you want to sell a portion of it, you could sell a portion of it and get a check, right?
Exactly. And we have people who have done so well with our worldview people with their retirement and planning and how they melded this into their program and what they were doing. If they were smart like you, Brandon, and other people who put into products that are stable like land or rents and things of that nature, they literally set up a withdrawal out of their account. I've got one client now. I said, the way your account is right now, you can draw out $10,000 a month for the next 30 years, and it won't affect you. because they had a big account, but I also bought in it. We bought it the roller coaster ride, the ups and downs of the market. Who cares? Over a long term, it's going to come back. But for any of you out there to relate to these people, can you relate to that man or relate to that guy who was working at Starbucks? Or if you had a friend that was working at Walgreens, you work your whole life, you put 25 years in at a company, you're planning, I'm going to retire at 62, and then bam, you can't. And if you don't think it can happen to you, goodness gracious, you're wrong. It has happened to that. Do those look like strange wheeling dealing people?
No.
Do they look like
They played by the rules. They were sold a good, a service, buyer beware. I think we learned buyer beware on one of the episodes of the Brady Bunch when we were kids, right? Greg Brady bought a clunker of a car, and Michael Brady, the father, told him, buyer beware. You just got taken. Right. So even as kids, if we watched the Brady Bunch in the 70s, understood buyer beware. Well, these people should have been aware of what they're buying, which is why when I was 20 years old and I had a guy pushing a 401k on me as a financial planner at 20 years, maybe 20, 21, I said, no, not interested. Because I said, I don't trust the system. And I don't know that the Congress will eventually take my 401k, give me a paper IOU the way they've done with Social Security. I'm not interested. Boy, you should have seen the look on his face. I mean, I was a pretty young kid, but I was reading enough to know then I am not interested. I would rather pay taxes on what I make now, take my money and go buy what I want to buy, invest in my business, do whatever it is I want to do and buy so that I'm in control of what I have, not some company, and not be at the whim of the gambling of the market. Now, if a lot of people made money in the market, they absolutely have. But my concern is a lot of the older people in our audience, they don't have time to play this Russian roulette or this, dropping it down onto a, what's the game in Las Vegas where you drop a ball onto a...
Roulette. That's roulette.
Okay, I don't have time for that. And they don't either, right?
Here's what they do, and I just had a worldview person I talked to an hour ago, whose brother, who's a broker, which I don't do business with family, thankfully. I learned that, or friends. I don't do that because it's a one-way ticket to problems, but what's really important is here's what he said, and this is how they do it. She said, we don't want to own gold. You can own bonds and this other stuff, and it pays you this. So they appeal to your greed. That's how they do it. They throw that out there. You don't want to own gold because it doesn't pay you. These pay you this. Well, the old story, you give it and you take it away.
Yep.
So there you go.
Or as Mark Twain said, I'm not as concerned about the return on my money as I am the return of my money. So good luck getting it back when they lock it down, capital controls, you can't reach them, they don't call you back, or they tell you we don't think it's in your best interest, or the institution, I'm not talking about bonds, but the institution goes belly up and thanks to the Depository Trust Corporation, you don't really own it at the end of the day.
Right.
Right?
Absolutely.
All right, let's go to the topic of Japan. All right, let's take a look at this. Here is a clip of President Trump talking about Japan, because apparently we're jumping in to help Japan now, as if we don't have our own problems.
Because we have a good relationship with Japan. We're very strong, very, very strong financially. And they have a weakening yen, and they wanted a little bit of help, and we're always there for Japan. Japan's been very good to us, with the exception, of course, of Pearl Harbor.
Mr. President,
they were not good.
What is the U.S. getting?
Well, there you go. For the exception of Pearl Harbor, they've been good to us. And apparently, Basint is saying we will not hesitate to participate in further joint intervention. We strongly support Japan's decisive market and monetary steps to correct the substantial undervaluation of the yen. And he goes on from there.
If you know something about the historics of Japan and what happened, the people who really did this to Japan, and I'm glad you brought it up because going back to the formation of what created the mess for Japan was what we did to them in the 1980s. I don't know if people remember, Japan was over here, their economy was doing great, and they were over here buying up everything. And we were like sticking them with some of the biggest dogs you could ever sell them and making them overpay for it. And in New York, they bought the GM building for $1.1 billion.
I remember all that. Yeah, they were over here buying huge buildings. I remember that.
GM bought it back for 50 cents on the dollar. My partners and my old company, were involved with a bank in California called Tokai Bank. We sold them the bank building for a ridiculous amount of money, and they ended up losing it. Everybody was sticking it to Japan, land everywhere. They just literally buried them. And Japan was just like this happy-go-lucky guy with a wallet. And then in the 90s, everything started sliding. This is when it went the other way. And they just never, ever got back on their feet from that total disaster that we really stuck it to them on. And the problem, the reason why the U.S. is coming to the aid of Japan, is we've talked before, who owns a lot of the debt? We did it on a show about a week or two back of the United States government, Japan. So what are they going to use to help strengthen their money? Our debt, we owe them. So we're going to pay one way or the other, and Trump probably figures, as well as Basant, it makes more sense just to stick it to them some more. It's like they are legitimately, I don't know if some people there are brain dead or whatever, but they just seem to be Uncle Harry sticking it to them all the time, and they go along with it. But what's interesting is that they stood up recently and said, we're not buying your debt anymore. So I think it's going to be quite interesting to see how it all plays itself out. But the culprit in this whole dilemma in Japan is the United States government. The United States government and everybody here put it to the Japanese people. They overbought. They were irresponsible on what they were buying. They were like a bull in a china shop.
Well, right now I'm reading that the country's debt, Japan's debt to GDP, gross domestic product, is 230%. And of course, now the yen has fallen about 11%, close to 11%. So we're going to rush in and help them. Well, who's going to rush in and help us as our dollar collapses and becomes worth less and less, which today has, I think, underneath, below the purchasing power of 3 cents since the Fed came around in 1913. And now the dollar has the purchasing power of like 2.97 pennies. Under 3%, under 3 cents. So who's going to do that for us? And how long is it before one of these countries has a massive liquidity problem, and that's the domino that knocks down all the other dominoes? And now we have the issue of the cross contamination with derivatives and all this other garbage that ends up bringing down the whole house. Who is going to eventually be that domino, and what will be that domino, Michael? Do you think?
I think right now what they're doing right now to offset it and what we've talked about is this whole new financial system. The domino is already there. The domino is our debt. It's at 40 trillion, and it's coming to a head September 30th, which is not that far away.
Which is when they have to renew that's when they have to
renew all this money, and nobody wants the debt. So who's going to be it? We are actually the suckers at the end of it all, because we are.
They're going to have to print the money to buy our own debt.
And they're going to print the digital. They're going to manufacture a financial system, restructure it. They'll call a duck a dog. You'll have 10 different varieties of money. And reality is that at the end of the day, you will have less assets, less money, less spending power, but they will make the debt sort of change based on a digital world. And the people that are going to pay is us, and there's nothing we can do to stop it. The biggest thing you can do to stop it is literally understand the fact that owning something to offset it will protect you, because you can't stop it. They have the same law that protects you, for example, for numismatic. The Roosevelt law is what empowers Congress to make changes with currencies, because that's what Roosevelt did. And every president since then have used it, and Trump's going to use it now. So reality is the only thing you can do is take sure of what you have and make sure that you have an adequate balance in your portfolio, because it's coming to us. There's no way around it. And the people in Japan and what has happened to Japan is us. We did it to them. So they're just literally coming to us because they're probably going like, God, I got all this debt of yours and I've done everything you told me to do. Well, can't you help me? And of course they're going to help them, because we'll stick it to them again sometime. It's a depository, almost like the American people. We sit there all the time and look at this. I mean, Right now, when we look at what's on the table at this country, we got elections where we don't know if Donald Duck or Daffy Duck's going to get elected. We got people in Congress who can't even pass a ridiculous bill to protect the sovereignty of our nation's election system. We can't even sit back and keep communists off television and Muslim clerics out for telling us that they hate America openly and teaching this to our children. If you don't think in this type of a world, when we have a woman who used to be a waitress possibly being the president of the United States, and another gal who's a waitress being the governor of Wisconsin, which scares the daylights out of me, that they're a communist, and people laugh.
Oh, you're talking about Hong?
Yeah, Hong.
Hong, who is so Wong? That's her
Yes,
campaign
exactly.
slogan.
But
right?
we laugh about it, but she's could be possibly the governor.
You're
Look,
right.
they got a gal as the mayor of Seattle who was living at home with her parents.
I know, right?
No money, and she's the mayor of a city. We got an idiot smiley face who looks like the Joker. Somebody plastered a smile on his face, sitting in New York, who legitimately is destroying the city and is possibly going to be at the 25th anniversary of 9/11 when him and his wife think we deserve to have that happen. When him and his wife play checkers with the guy who was a World Trade Center bomber, and the New York people have the audacity to put that garbage on the stage up there. Congratulations. If you don't think you need to do something in this type of a world to properly rethink, you will be a victim. Other people will not. Promise you that. You will be a victim.
I think what you were talking about was Mondani smiling arm in arm with the unindicted 1993 World Trade Center bomber co-conspirator, which would be Siraj Wahaj. I think that's what you're referring to.
Yep, correct. And the same thing.
I don't think they were really playing checkers for those who thought he was being serious.
There's a happy couples. What a great group of guys.
And that
Smiling.
Siraj Wahaj was at the mosque right down the street from our studio a few years ago.
All right. All right. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Yep. All right, Michael, people better check into this. I don't give financial advice. I give financial opinion. But my opinion is you better get your homework done. Find out about numismatic, 1933 and older, that comes with privacy. And also find out about how to put gold into your IRA. Nobody's saying do 40, 50%. That's up to you and Michael and your family and your spouse or whatever. I don't give financial advice. I give financial opinion. My opinion is you better pay attention and learn from other people's mistakes. You know, a lot of people, we learn from other people's mistakes and we learn from their success. And we say, wow, look what they did. That's really a great idea. I think I can do it better. I think I can develop a better mousetrap. Well, again, you learn from people's success, but you should also learn from their mistakes and failures. And sometimes we still have great compassion for people that have suffered because they were trusting that someone was looking out for their good, and it turned out maybe they weren't. And so again, don't be left, because when it happens, and it's inevitable, in my opinion, the day of reckoning is coming, you are not going to have anybody sitting there willing to write you a check to make up the 6 figures plus you've lost in your retirement. It's your money. Protect it. Get educated. Do your own homework, your own due diligence. Starts with a free packet of information. We've been working with Swiss America for 18 years. You guys are a debt-free company. You've been around since what, 1982, 83? What was it?
82. It's 44 years.
Wow. There you go. 1-877-864-1072. And by the way, I guess I hear you guys are staying on top of it, but I hear you have a lot of people calling from our audience to do IRAs. Is that right?
Yeah, we're real busy with that. And I want to say this in closing. We're not here to make you feel bad. We don't want to rub anything into you. We want to help you. That's the reality of it. Worldview Weekend offers you assistance in so many areas, from legitimately helping you with food situations to lifestyle situations, and then supplying news that always comes out to be true. Our goal here is not to say, okay, the world's coming to an end. Our goal is to sit back and help you to forsake having to have this problem. We want to help you. And, I'm not going to sit back and tell you that we're not having a problem. I'm telling you we do, but we can solve it by properly balancing your estate. If you have the time and want to listen, we can help.
Education, education, education.
Correct.
If you want someone to sell you and have someone sell you, good luck with that. But if you want someone to educate you, that's where you want to be. Get educated and then make the right decision for you. And that's what we love about Swiss America. I've been working with them for 18 years. The reason we have so many happy people over the years, including them showing up at our Worldview Weekend. And when he shows up at our Worldview Weekend, people don't come up there yelling at him, because they're mad at him. They come up there and say, "Hey, Michael, how you doing? Great to see you." Why are these people so happy to see him? Because they've been treated fairly and justly and been treated with information and news and education that they then chose to act on. And many of them are just as happy as clams, which is why they're happy to see you. But if you had something to hide, I don't think you'd be showing your face at our national conference, would you, Michael?
No, I wouldn't.
And
but
yet,
I would never. I look forward to seeing everybody. I love
and
to
our
see
people
all.
look forward to seeing you because you, again, have offered a service, okay? So that's what I'm saying. We've been working with them a long time. We have a lot of happy people. So, and you'll be able to see him and visit with him in person at the upcoming Ozarks in Milwaukee this year. I know. That's a habit I have to break. At the national conference in Milwaukee in Waukesha this fall. He'll be there, right, Michael?
Yes, I will.
All right. 1-877-864-1072, 1-877-864-1072, or just go to worldviewgold.com, fill out the form. Someone said the other day the form wasn't working. Well, then try a different browser. You're probably using Safari. Go to Google Chrome and it'll likely work. Sometimes I find things don't work on Safari. I go over to Google Chrome and they work. So there you go. Or try rebooting your computer. But the form is working. Worldviewgold.com. Thank you, Michael.
Good night, Dolly. I'll look forward to seeing you.
Oh, you're going to see her. You're going to see her in October. Get some pictures.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Michael.
Good night.
Welcome to the Worldview Tube Vault, built on 35 years of research, broadcasts, and films by Brannon House and his team. Sabotage, all 6 hours, exposing how Marxists, Islamists, and their useful idiots are working to destroy America from within. Siege, 5 gripping parts on the clear and present dangers pushing America to the brink. Brainwashed America, Parts 1 and 2, with Part 3 coming soon, revealing 12 documented tactics used to capture the minds of Americans. Plus, Reagan Under Fire, the 1981 assassination attempt, the history of Arlington House and General Robert E. Lee, and many more being added all the time. And getting there is simple. Once you're logged in, just click Vault, go to Vault Library, and select Docu-Movies. That's it. Hours of eye-opening content ready to stream anytime, anywhere. Join Worldview Tube Vault today at worldviewtube.com/vault.
Join me now is Dr. Lana. I want you guys to watch a clip. Very interesting, and then I want her to comment. Watch this, please.
Did you know that USA chicken has been banned in the EU since 1997? Why would they do that? It's because of this. See where it says up to 6% retained water or up to 7% retained water? That means after these chickens are slaughtered, they're dunked in a chlorinated chemical bath to cool them down and to disinfect them. And the EU considers this a sign of poor hygiene behavior in the supply chain. And to make matters even worse, if 7% of this is retained water in my chicken, what am I paying for? Water weight. So how do we avoid the chlorinated water bath and the water weight? Look to buy air-chilled chicken, which sadly this grocery store has none of. That means after slaughter, the chickens are hung in a huge walk-in refrigerator and skip the chemical bath. Keep in mind, there are purveyors that do water chill only using ice water, but you're still paying for water weight. If you want a deep dive on all things chicken, I posted a reel the other day that really tells you the difference between conventional meat chicken and high quality Bobby approved chicken. You might want to watch it.
All right, Dr. Lana joins us now. Dr. Lana, are you aware of that? Is that true what this guy's putting out here?
Oh, absolutely. We've talked about this for years and years in continuing education classes, school, with my patients, and it's twofold because not only are they dousing these chickens in chemicals and then we're consuming them. They also have, talking about chickens, they use down chickens and down cows as well in our school lunch program for our American children, which is very upsetting. And then the other thing you're doing when you're talking about chickens is, besides all these chemicals, when you eat chicken anyway, you're consuming that animal's hormone cascade. And we're trying to balance our own hormones as men and women as we age. So this is true. And you really have to educate yourself. And I in my practice, which is based on gold standard science, you all know this, it is plant-centric or plant-forward, plant-based, if you will. You don't have to be a vegan. There's no science that says you have to be vegan, but better outcomes, a flatter belly, more energy, leaner muscles, a clean, clear brain is from more plants and less animals. And this chemical-filled chicken is just one example of that. Yes, true.
So I also am a little suspicious. I know it's convenient. I know it actually tastes good. And I'm referring to the rotisserie chicken in the plastic bag sitting under the heat light at most of your grocery stores. And I have to tell you, that is really good rotisserie chicken. And the ease of it, the convenience of it. And many families grab that up as they go through the grocery checkout at 5:30 at night and run home with it. But Melissa and I started talking about that. How good is it to eat this chicken, particularly when we know what we just heard from that gentleman, and then you add the fact that it's sitting in a plastic bag with a heat light on it? I mean, what are the health consequences for that alone with the plastic and the heat light?
Oh, you hit the nail on the head. So now you have the chemical filled chicken, and now you have the hormones in the chicken, and now you've got endotoxins. You've got microplastics, going into your body as well. And I know no one wants to hear that, but we speak the truth here. That is a no-go for dinner. I had a patient, really quick time. I had a patient, and their mom was getting them, they were actually a teenage male at the time, and they were having all kind of autoimmune issues. And the mom, innocently, busy working mom, God love her, he loved those rotisserie chickens. And she was just, the majority of the week, she was bringing those home. And he started to have autoimmune issues because you're bringing in all those microplastics, plus the hormones of the chicken, plus the chemicals in the chicken. So what do you do? Because you're probably thinking, gosh, I love chicken. And it's not that you need to be a vegan. So you could do a couple of things. You always want to look for organic meat, air-chilled organic meat. And honestly, you can look around in your local areas, and there are farmers, not everywhere in the United States, but you may be near a farm that you can share, getting chickens or share part of a cow, with some neighbors, things like that. It's a possibility. I would look into it. The other thing is look into organic meat, organic chicken that is air chilled. Go ask the butcher and go into specialty grocery stores. This is one of those things where you really get what you pay for. So go into some of the specialty grocery stores, ask around. If you're going to eat meat, my word, you want to eat things that are going to promote good health, not tear down your health. And for Pete's sake, put toxins in your body.
Let's go to this article. EPA approves more forever chemical pesticides for food crops. July 2nd, 2026 article, The New American, and it's all over the place. They're not the only ones reporting it. The Environmental Protection Agency has found another curious way to make America healthy again. The Health and Human Services Secretary is transversing the country in a midterm push and urging Americans to eat real food. The EPA keeps adding more harmful pesticides for use on major food crops. This week, the agency, whose stated purpose is to protect human health and the environment, approved a batch of pesticide actions affecting corn, soybeans, wheat, oats, apples, and almonds and oranges, coffee, kiwi, peas, kale, and broccoli. Among them are 3 pesticides known as PFAS, or forever chemicals. The approvals include, I don't know if I can say those names, You want to try it? You want to do a stab at it? Diflunicin and eprifenincial? I don't know. You want to try it? And then the third one?
Oh, I'm gonna leave that to you because I can't even see the small print there.
So
Holy
I'm glad
cow.
I'm not the only one. Phonics isn't working too good on these.
Oh my gosh.
What is it? Diff. That's DIF. Diff.
I couldn't see the fine print.
Dilflufincion. I don't know. I'm trying phonics on it.
See, I'll have to.
You want to try it, Logan?
I can't even.
Give it a shot, Logan.
Give it a shot, Logan, because I can't see the fine print.
Diflufin